Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Asian Confluence and the U.S. Consulate General, Kolkata, I welcome you to the second day of the two-day conclave, Reimagine and Reconnect Indo-Pacific Synergies through the lens of culture. To recap yesterday's sessions, I invite on stage Mr. Prithvi Rajnath, Senior Fellow, Asian Confluence.
Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome back. After a wonderful day of concerned, spirited, and heartfelt conversations and performances, we are back again for the second day, and we hope to make sense of reimagining our region. Just quickly to help you go through the proceedings from yesterday, we started off with setting the tone and expectations of what we mean by reimagining and reconnecting our region. Sabasyachi Datta from Executive Director of Asian Conference, he highlighted the third space and how it is important in bringing together stakeholders, something that we are trying to do through this conclave. Ms. Melinda Pevek, Consul General for the U.S. Consulate General in Kolkata, highlighted how the United States of America is committed to a free and open, interconnected, prosperous, resilient, and secure Indo-Pacific. We had Ambassador Harsh V. Shringla deliver the inaugural address, and he restated the importance of a rule-based rebalancing of the Indo-Pacific and stressed on the importance of cultural and people-to-people connect to be basing our engagements on to this end. Then we had a very spirited and an enthralling performance by Pandit Panay Bose and his team on the drums of Indo-Pacific. We floated flowers in the Urli as a nod to the diversity that we have in this region. We then started our sessions, the first session on reimagining the maritime routes. That was started with a cultural presentation, a wonderful cultural presentation with teams from Indonesia and India who talked about our connect, how the seas in fact connect us rather than divide us. Talked about the ancient Bali Yatra and how people, textiles, crafts, art, and also trade traveled across the region, and ended with the question of, can we reimagine that? Can we go back to that in ways? We then had, of course, the conversation, brilliant conversation about how do we reimagine the connect in the maritime routes. And we talked about ideas like, can we really restart or maybe reinvent the Bali Yatra in a way as a cultural tool to reconnect this region. Maybe also have a Katak Yatra to follow up. Following that, we had our session on climate and ecology, and this very, very riveting performance from artists from Malaysia and India, showcasing how it's one planet and how we have to actually conserve and preserve and sustain our resources because there is no plan B. We had very, very spirited discussions again on this issue, and we talked about how the rivers in this region, how the waters in this region are getting polluted. We talked about plastics, what we can do, the issues and challenges with governance in terms of tackling plastics and tackling pollution in the rivers and waters. I would say we ended on this, not conclusion, but ideation that we need to really involve the youth of the region, the communities in the region, and definitely talk about how we can also generate livelihoods, about green entrepreneurship, because without that, if we keep talking about the climate change, about making change happen through embracing environment and ecology, it's not going to float. So we have to be more practical as well as ecologically conscious. It's what we discussed on. We had a parallel session for the climate ecology session, which talked about our coastal systems and how we can conserve them. Very interesting documentary film screened on a climate tale from Bangladesh about rising tides, about salinity, about challenges to fishermen, marginal fishermen, communities in terms of their livelihood, in terms of disasters and everything. And we talked about how we can work around some of these conflicting and difficult issues by having more community participation in crucial planning, in terms of also participation by youth, having the political will from state and centers, which is very, very key, and communication at all levels, right communication and knowledge building at all levels, alongside having climate finance in place. Those are some key takeaways from that session. Then we had the interesting evening of Indo-Pacific conversations, both cultural and intellectual. And we had this wonderful conversation about how languages, how culture had traveled across the region from historical times, how friends and well-wishers of this region, how trade in this region is and will remain to be a connect, and how we can actually fall back on some of our age-old traditions, age-old connections, cultural trade, etc., to reconnect. And then we had very, very interesting performances. First one was a performance where we talked about something we all know by some name or the other, which is bamboo. How bamboo is part of our culture, of our cuisine, of our infrastructure, of our trade and everything, how it's a part of life across the Indo-Pacific countries, and how it connects us both in terms of our life, livelihood, and ecology. And then we had a performance about a philosopher, a thinker, a social scientist in ways, who is well respected and one of the most often quoted personalities in this region, Rabindranath Tagore, and how Tagore's journey, both physical and lyrical oftentimes, through this region, its cultures, its people, its cuisines, help us find those connects, what Tagore defined as one Asia, and how it is still so very relevant. The last note, but of course not the least, was the food. And we did an Indo-Pacific trail on the food, and I, for one, I learned so many new things. For example, how the Chingrir Malai curry, as we call it in Bengali, had actually had its origin in Malay curry. So how the Malai word, which we think of something which is made with coconut milk, is actually a changed version of the word Malay. So we've talked about how food traveled across region and how it became a part of our lives, and how it still connects us without us even recognizing that it does. So that is what I would say, I would end on, as there are connects, there are threads of linkages that we all know, we all do, we all live, and yet we always do not recognize or acknowledge. So this is a way that we are trying to acknowledge and get back to those linkages so that we can reinvent and reimagine. So on that note, thank you everyone for your patience, and I hand it over to Sadhna ji.
Our next session is on regional supply chains. This session aims to explore ways to strengthen and sustain the value chains in the region, with particular emphasis on sectors that leverage historical and ecological advantages and hence make climate sense. It will focus on sectors such as jute and textiles, which have cross-border potential. Cultural introduction to this segment is an Indo-Bangladesh presentation titled Golden Fiber on Barbed Wire. This piece will portray the challenges and difficulties of cross-border trade issues in the jute industry of India and Bangladesh. The Gangetic Delta contributes more than 80% of the jute production in the world. Both India and Bangladesh are leaders in jute production and export of the eco-friendly natural products. We strongly believe that the piece will ring the bell to start a discussion on the issues related to the cross-border trade between India and Bangladesh, and to help the economies of both countries to grow and eventually overcome the threats of environmental pollution. This is being brought to you by artists from Bangladesh and India.
विराजस्व प्रकाशस्व भोहात्मन प्रज्वलोज्ज्वल विराजस्व प्रकाशस्व भोहात्मन प्रज्वलोज्ज्वल उत्कण्ठया वयामित्वा आविर्भव ज्वल ज्वल कणो दिव्य केवलं न ममान्तरे प्रस्तरेषु च कीटेषु विद्यते सर्वजन्तुषु भवेम कृतकृत्यास्ते कृतज्ञाश्च निरन्तरं तव सृष्टिरियं धन्या ओ आत्मन् प्रज्वलोज्ज्वल
দুইটা কৃষক সোনালি আঁশ তুল্য বেশ, কাঁটা তারে ভাগ হইল দুইটা দেশ। এক দেশেতে সোনালি আঁশে ভরা, আরেক দেশেতে কারখানায় তারের বেড়া। হায়রে সোনার দেশ, সোনালি আঁশ হইল শেষ।
পাটের চাহিদা কম, পাটের যোগান নেই, কারখানা বন্ধ।
The entire world is in danger. Plastic is devouring our earth, and we are sinking into destruction.
The only ray of hope is the nature's gift, the golden fiber which is caught up in barbed wire. To save the planet, we need to liberate jute. If India and Bangladesh, being the highest producers of jute, addresses the issue, forgetting all past blockades, then not only the economic demands would be met, but our world would become greener and happier.
Let us break all the barriers of the past
Let us break all the barriers of the past
and gift our children a green planet
and gift our children a green planet
that everybody deserves.
that everybody deserves.
After that cultural introduction of the theme, we now have a conversation on strengthening cross-border supply chains for resilience and sustainability. Chairing the session is Mr. Rajiv Bhatia, career diplomat and member of the Governing Council, Asian Confluence. The speakers are Prabir De, Professor and Coordinator, AIC RIS, India. Abhijit Paul, Lecturer, School of South and Southeast Asian Studies, University of California, Berkeley. Mehbooba Nasreen, Pro Vice Chancellor, Independent University, Bangladesh. She will be joining us virtually. Piti Srisangam, Director, Academic Affairs, ASEAN Studies Center, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, joining us virtually. Then we have Amitendu Palit, Senior Research Fellow and Research Lead, Trade and Economics, Institute of South Asian Studies, National University of Singapore. He will also be joining us virtually. I request the chair and the speakers to kindly take the places on the dais. Welcome to the session. I would request the chair, Ambassador Bhatia, to kindly take over the proceedings.
Thank you very much, Sadhna ji. Good morning to all of you. We had a wonderful day yesterday, so I can sense that everybody is a bit more relaxed today. And now we get on with our business of the day. But let me first make one or two general observations about yesterday. We noted that Indo-Pacific has at least three major dimensions: political and strategic, economic, and cultural. We covered all of them yesterday and focused especially on the cultural dimensions and what Ambassador Shahidul Haq called yesterday geocultural trends in the region. In fact, we were all taken in by his phrase, and I hope some of us will have a chance to work with him and perhaps produce a couple of op-eds, both in the media in India, Bangladesh, and elsewhere, to put across that idea. The second point I wish to make is that for reasons that we all know, we were focused on the region east of India while dissecting Indo-Pacific. But we should not forget that there is a region west of India, and what we call Western Indo-Pacific is also of great significance to the scholarship on this region. So maybe another day we will focus on the Indian Ocean region. My last general point is that for again very understandable reasons, we focused specifically on the Bay of Bengal region. The Bay of Bengal region, we discovered, is a pivotal region in the Indo-Pacific. I'm not calling the centrality of the Bay of Bengal region because that word is attached to a particular organization, centrality of ASEAN. But I think we can honestly say, based on our dialogue yesterday and hopefully the dialogue that will unfold today, that the Bay of Bengal is undoubtedly an important pivot in the entire region of Indo-Pacific, running from the western shores of America to the eastern shores of Africa. Now that was yesterday. We now focus on today, and let me begin by sharing a secret with you. One of the burdens of being a member of the Governing Council of Asian Confluence is, and I think my colleague Ambassador Riva would confirm this, you just cannot say no to our very energetic Executive Director, Sabya Datta. I've been asked to conduct and chair this session on supply chains today. It's a very important topic. In fact, I can say through this topic, we will now focus on the geo-economic dimensions of the Indo-Pacific. And the moment you talk about geo-economics of the Indo-Pacific, you simply cannot avoid talking about this phrase which has become very fashionable, supply chain resilience. And I find a lot of diplomats, officials, non-experts routinely use this phrase with some help from the economists who always point out as to what this particular phrase stands for. Now I know that our focus will be partly on jute and textile industry, and we have experts sitting here who will shed light on it. But I would urge the panel, all the 2 people who are here and 3 people who are available digitally, that we do stretch our intellectual horizons a little bit more beyond the immediate needs of our sub-region. Because this story of supply chains is part of a larger story in the world. And this is about this great phenomenon known as global production, value, and supply chains. This has evolved over time, and this is a phenomenon where we simply cannot go into details without talking about the C factor, that is China. We managed somehow to discuss everything yesterday without referring to China, but today that is not possible. I think, of course, the supply chain story goes even before the China factor arrived. It was the phenomenon of 70s and 80s when Japan became the leader of the geese, with a flock of geese following it, namely the Asian tigers or the eventual Asian tigers in Southeast Asia, countries like Singapore, South Korea, Indonesia, Malaysia, where through Japanese technology and American capital, the region became the region of middle income and high income countries. But then came China. The opening with US took place at the beginning of 70s. Later, China came into WTO, and with the stream of reforms started by Deng Xiaoping, China became eventually the central hub, the central factory for manufacturing in all industries, especially electronics, computers, telephones, and to some extent even aircraft. And before that, of course, food and clothing industry was also coming into the purview. So in that light, when the US-China trade conflict began, a new phase arrived, which was accelerated or exacerbated by the phenomenon of COVID and eventually by the after effects of Ukraine. So it is in this light, in the last 1 year or more, we have been hearing a lot about the decoupling from China, and such mysterious words as onshoring, friendshoring, nearshoring of manufacturing facilities. It is that which makes supply chain resilience a phenomenon of great importance. So I think after a lot of enthusiasm in terms of pointing out that decoupling from China is possible, experts have finally come back to the decision today that it is not so easy, that it cannot be done in a hurry. And therefore, now the focus is as to which countries can benefit from this reshoring attempt. And we have come to the conclusion that they are still all of them, or most of them, in Southeast Asia. Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, even Cambodia. So the question that I pose to the panel in this backdrop is, how can South Asia benefit from this new phenomenon that is unfolding today by aiming at the higher levels of supply chain resilience? India is already seeing some very positive trends. Apple has started manufacturing one of its latest models of Apple phone. Mercedes-Benz is coming in with its latest electric version of sedan, luxury sedan. And now Foxconn is also planning to start, or is about to start, the chips making factory in India. But the question is, can some of these successes be built by involving the South Asian neighbors of India? That is the issue. Because here in this conference room, we are not just looking at India, we are very much looking at the friendly neighbors of India, starting with Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan and others. So given the present integration, economic integration in South Asia, which is regrettably low, what all can we do in order to promote supply resilience? And of course, we will start with jute and textile and the rest of it. But my only request is that we do not stop there, because this is a great opportunity for our attendees here. And I'm particularly once again looking at the young scholars who have to think for the 21st century and not the past centuries. So in that backdrop, you already have heard the introduction of the panel. I will now go back to my chair and I'll start inviting them one by one. Thank you very much. Our first speaker is Abhijit Patel. Paul. Lecturer, School of South and Southeast African Studies, University of California, Berkeley, very prestigious institution. As per the rationale and format of the discussion agreed, may I request you, I think you're also going to show video film. So please do take about 5 minutes or so, and then we can come back to you. Sure. The floor is yours. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Namaskar and Adab and Sat Sri Akal, and a wonderful good morning to you all, and a great thank you to the Indo-Pacific Conclave for this pretty much, I would say, eye-opening conference, which involves not only speakers speaking about their topics, but also interlacing it with performance. Speaking of which, I don't think I can up the performance that you just saw on jute, the golden fiber on barbed wire. And let me begin there, because my research for the last 10, 15 years has been on jute and biodegradable fibers and its futures in predominantly India and South Asia. Now, this is also part of my current Fulbright Nehru project, which I'm currently doing in India, in mainly West Bengal and the region. So, since Dr. Bhatia very pointedly expressed his views of not only talking about jute and textiles, but also looking at something that's beyond. I'll take the beyond first, contextualizing the issues around jute and biodegradable textiles in India today. So, as the presentation, as the performance, if you follow through from the birth of the jute plant to the current problems of the textile and jute industry, where there's a lot of lockdowns and there's a lot of problems with basically running the show. Let me assure you today, from the point of view from where I am or from where we are today, that jute, very fortunately, is on a revival. So what that means is, in absolute terms, like in 2021, India exported nearly about $47 million worth of revenue in export in jute. So which is about a 3 to 4% uptick. Now that is happening because of a lot and a host of reasons. Primarily, the global consumer today wants green stuff. And jute is the fiber of the future, in the sense that it creates what you call, tremendous potential for carbon mitigation, right? It's a plant that produces, you saw, like an acre of a jute field would produce roughly about 15 tons of oxygen. It does produce, it does give back to the soil. It is a wild plant. And historically, it has been a wild plant until the colonial times, when jute became industrialized and processed. And even then, the processing is so minimal that you are basically left with a plant with so many uses, from its fiber to its stalk, and I'm going to come and talk a little bit about it and connect it with the future of jute in light of Dr. Bhatia's question, or his proposition, more likely, that the uses of the plant at the level of, at the level of cultivation and farming is very well known, but its uses in the industrial side is extremely, is universally acknowledged as something that has been least processed. And hence, we can say that jute is a biodegradable, a fully 100% biocompostable product which people like to use. And yet, 0.5% of this is actually consumed today. And I here want to emphasize that the potential for jute, the potential for biodegradable textiles in India is enormous. This includes, and this is where I'm trying to link it with Dr. Bhatia's point, that going beyond the biodegradability of jute is compostability and its multiple uses, not only in terms of food and food packaging, which is predominantly like 75% of what we do in India and South Asia, but there is a great potential for something called geotextiles in jute. And that is something that's an upcoming market. And yet, the consumer biodegradable side of jute is roughly, as I said, about 0.5%. Now, when it comes to reuse of jute, jute is one place where you can literally say reuse, rethink, recycle, and sometimes even refuse. Just refuse the plastic bag. And here I would request my research assistant and friend Kasir Ali to show you a bag which is 100% recyclable. You can touch it, feel it. And this is something that you have probably seen and used. And this bag, a humble jute bag, one humble jute bag is worth about 600 uses of single plastic. Now that's a figure that should stick in our heads literally like that, because I just said it, and there's a lot of research on this at this point. And the main research institutions that are really trying to come up with innovative ways of using jute is in the era of biocomposites. So which means, like you saw in the film, jute stalks. Jute stalks are used for generally in the countryside and where the farmers make jute and so on, produce jute in the fields, and when they take the bast fiber out of the plant, they normally use it for biofuel. But jute stalks today, and this connects us to the upcoming research that has been going on in some place very close from here, really, in Taratala, the Indian Jute Industries Research Association. They've been researching, along with German and English technology, they've been collaborating on the use of jute stalks for biocomposites for the automobile industry. You can make, you can literally make even a chassis out of jute stock where you would use 30% of that jute plant, the jute stock itself. So there's a lot of potential for this plant, not just to be limited to, food sacking, bags, but also the future of the transportation industry, among other things. Then comes, say, for example,
can you take another minute?
Yes, another minute and I'll stop. I wanted to show you a small video, but I don't think I have the time for that because there's so much I can do in 5 minutes. So the one thing that also has to be added to the biocomposites aspect of jute today is the fact that simply a jute cloth, which is which I said is minimally processed. It only needs what you call rice bran oil to soften it, and you have to basically beat it into a pulp. If I showed you the video, you probably would be able to figure it out yourself. And then it comes out as basically a sacking cloth, and then it's stitched, and you put stuff in it. Or you can take that piece of cloth and put it under metal rods for the road to be given a good binding. And that simply means that you can do away with wires, steel wires which require more energy to produce compared to jute. So the field is, in my opinion, in my humble and a little studied opinion, I would say, it's a green field, literally, right? And so there lies the potential of a very coarse textile to become basically the ambassador. And I think it's rightly, to put it in context, in the Indo-Pacific Conclave, it becomes an ambassador to our current times, to our current climate degradation times. It becomes an ambassador for the future.
Thank you.
I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are touched by your passion and your reasoned case for it, and I think we'll talk about this more. May I now invite Mehbooba Nasreen, Pro Vice Chancellor, Independent University, Bangladesh, to please make her presentation and take about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and a good day to you all, Honorable Chair, Mr. Rajiv Bhatia, and also distinguished speakers and guests of this session. And I would like to thank all of you for inviting me, the organizers, to talk in this August gathering. Am I audible?
Yes. You are audible.
Yes, thank you so much. So I have been listening to the Honorable Chair and also the speaker just now. So we would like to emphasize, because you have already mentioned that in this session we would like to talk about leveraging historical and ecological advantages and how it can be linked with the climate sense, and that has been discussed already a few, and we have given specific examples of jute and textile and that cross-border potential. So if we would like to see the historical perspective of the jute industries in this region specifically, where we are sharing the undivided Bengal. And you all know about the history, and I believe the 2 sessions, the more speakers will be talking more. But nowadays, why we are focusing on jute industries or rebuild the situation, like how to minimize the issues or cost, like why the jute industries are no longer like functioning as we expected before or as we have seen before. You know the history, all of you, I believe. So why the increase, production cost has increased? We have to search for these why questions, and why the decline in export prices. So that also one of the issues, that the challenges that we are facing. And we also hearing the deficiency in production efficiency and the machinery, like in context of Bangladesh, we see the from this industry that why the production is decreased. They are saying the machines, they are becoming older and we are not getting the new one. I'm sure also that in India also we are getting same, because India is now the #1 exporter of jute, like what within the world and also within the South Asia. And we also see some of the human-induced catastrophe, like somehow in Bangladesh also the discussion, I'm not sure about the whether India, the word corruption is widespread in this sector. And also there are some other like huge operational losses, because you already know that Bangladesh has already shut down, like closed some of the largest industries. And when we are talking about farmers, even in the late 80s and early 90s, they have been saying why the price is so less. We are still producing, but why? We don't have this why question and answer to these all the why questions. But if we look at the, I'm very much optimistic. If we look at the present condition, we say that still the India is the first largest producer of jute, and Bangladesh is the second. So why? What are the difference? Like Bangladesh always saying that Bangladesh is jute is finest quality. So how we make the quality finest for the region also, and the most important reason that reason that globally jute is now in demand, because we are talking about climate change. We are talking about the biodegradable and compostable fiber and eco-friendly, ecological friendly, and that's why the increasing the jute demands, jute goods demands is increasing. So if we can focus on this issue specifically, keeping in mind the climate change issues and also the biodiversity issues, the habitat, then we can bring back that traditionally what we used to grow. We used to grow carpets and sacks, ropes, and some other issue. So how to like we can divert the product, diversify. So based on the global demand, how the India, Bangladesh, and also South Asian region, if some other countries are coming, because we are focusing on South Asian countries, that how we can diversify the jute products. So that will also, like jute, we, after 1998 flood, similar kind of conferences held in Bangladesh, and we went for the jute products, because the reason for waterlogging after the flood, we have identified both the like floods, like huge flood, like the flood which has attracted international attentions, 1987, 1988, 1998. We have seen the waterlogging due to the polythene. So Bangladesh had a policy in 2002 or somewhere that banning on the polythene, use of polythene, but still they are very handy for people. And we have also given example how you can make mandatory to give rice, sugar, and other like daily essentials, encouraging jute goods and jute products, using jute products. So there are also some issues. As the chair also mentioned another issue, I'm not sure how much time I have. So like supply chain management, the major issues.
Another
What
minute,
is the
yeah.
major? Yes.
Another minute, you can carry on.
Another minute. Okay, so I'm just focusing the supply chain management issues that you have just brought, like what are the critical elements, like the strategy. So how India and Bangladesh having the common strategy. Our SAARC regional forum is not that much active in many senses. So how we are working together, developing a strategy, sourcing raw materials, production, distribution, and returns. You also mentioned about China, and also we, like both Bangladesh is having like 48% of the USD 4 billion in outstanding loans from China. So whether it is going to supplies credits or the buyer's credit, that we have to think. So there are some also like I have some points on how to build resilience for an uncertain future. If I get space, I will talk that later on. So thank you so much for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam. I think you have made some very pertinent points, and for the sake of saving time, I'm not summarizing them or commenting on them. We'll just carry on uninterrupted to the next panelist, who also is based in a country in which jute is a commodity of interest, and also somebody who is studying, I'm sure, the broader supply chain picture. May I now request for the video message be put on by P.T. Sri Sangam, Director Academic Affairs, ASEAN Studies Center, Chulalongkorn University in Thailand. So video message please from the professor.
Greeting from Bangkok, Thailand. Thank you very much for letting me join this very prestigious forum. Unfortunately, I have a very, very important meeting to attend. So I use this video clip to present my idea about how to keep connecting and the factor that is challenges to the supply chain integrations between Thailand, India, and ASEAN. So let me start by sharing this slides. So as you can see, I try to do the so-called strategic intelligence scanning to understand the situation right now, that what is the challenges, what is the opportunities in Southeast Asia and in India in order to join the supply chain together. First of all, there are these significantly changing in the terms landscapes. In the past, we're talking a lot about physical landscapes, but right now, ASEAN, Thailand, and India can be well connected via the cyberspace. Hence, this is the new landscapes, new frontier. That also means this is the new opportunities. This new frontier can happen because the four technologies are now at the merging point, the rupture point. These four technologies at the same time integrate together and open the new frontier. So this area, these four technologies are blockchain that allow us to create the network of working with the very, very low cost of productions. Then we have the concept of private properties over the cyberspace, so-called the NFT or non-fungible tokens. And these non-fungible tokens create the system of digital assets. And digital assets can be used either centralized or decentralized, but it creates the systems of payments over the internet systems. Hence the decentralized system, so-called cryptocurrencies. But at the same time, central bank in each country can also release their own digital currencies and digital payment systems, so-called central bank digital currencies. These three technologies allow making business over the internet, over the cyberspace possible. Unfortunately, now the technology is so complicated. But in the near future, with the help of the advanced version of augmented realities and virtual realities, we will create the new system, so-called metaverse. And this is the platform that allow buyers, sellers, producers, consumers to interact easier and freely over the cyberspace. So these four technologies, rupture point already here, merging already here, and soon we will entering into these new kinds of new landscape for the supply chain. But of course, with these new opportunities, there come also the new challenges. We may have to prepare more about the security issues from cyber attacks, from hybrid warfare. Our back office need to be more strong. Our people need to be more digital literacy, financial literacies. And of course, all of these technologies need electricity sockets. Hence, we may have to think more about the issues of energy securities. So all of this is the disruptive technologies that will face us very, very soon, and this will disturb our supply chain. Next, of course, you may use a lot of platform in order to do trade, but at the end of the day, the logistic systems, telecommunications, transportations, and logistic management, inventory management is very, very important. Unfortunately, with the post-COVID-19, we need a safe passage. We need a global or regional health architecture in order to ensure that if the pandemic surge again, we will not shut down. We will be able to do trade together. But of course, apart from COVID, in South China Sea, in Strait of Taiwan, and in maybe the Strait of Malacca, this is the very, very sensitive area because we see the conflict between superpower, between US, between China. And if the all-out war did happen, that means our logistic system will be paralyzed, and Thailand will be one among the countries that suffer the most from this collapse in logistics. So we may need to think more about the other way to create the connectivities between Thailand, Southeast Asia, South Asia, and India. Of course, right now we have the first options of the Chinese Belt and Road initiatives. And of course, we're also waiting for the completions of the IMT trilateral highway, India, Myanmar, Thailand trilateral highway. Unfortunately, the progress in Myanmar is extremely slow. So we may have to deal with these situations in order to create the economic corridor, in order to create the special economic zone to link the whole system together. Apart from that, apart from the regional issues, at the global value chain, this is also another issue that we should worry, because if we would like to strengthening our supply chain linkages, the recovery of the global GVC is another requirement. Unfortunately, with the trade war, with the technological war, we see the recovery of the global value chain back to the value of 18 trillion US dollars. It's still in a very, very delayed process. Because right now the purchasing power in the US, the purchasing power in the EU, it's in the downturn. And that's the two main engines of the global economies. The third main engine of the economy is China. It still cannot perform very, very well. Hence, the three main engines that conquer about 60% of the global value chain is in the downturns. So we need another kind of new engine. Asia, South Asia, Southeast Asia is the new engines in order to drive these global value chains. And of course, currently the word supply chain resiliency was used by the superpower countries to create a new kind of trade barriers. And this new kind of trade barrier will not good for the regenerations of the regional value chains or global value chains. Now, the global value chains seems to shift toward the situation so-called decoupling. And with this decoupling, all the decision making is not follow the globalization fashion anymore. It will be more towards the political driven. No market mechanism, no free trade, no free investments. Everything will be make decisions based on security issues, geopolitical issues, which is very, very dangerous for doing business in this kind of situations. And the superpower, for example, the US Secretary of Finance, Janet Yellen, used the word friendshoring. What does it mean? It means US will force us, India, Thailand, ASEAN, to take side. But we don't want to take side. But the US said this is the biggest economies in the whole world, and we will do trade and investment only with our friends. So the friendshoring will be another worrisome to us. And of course, another thing that we also need to concern is the new normal. New normal is not the situation to explain our behavior after the COVID-19, but also under other challenges as well. For example, in the short term, we face with the issues of food crisis, energy crisis. In the medium term and long term, climate crisis will be there. And each country seems to react to this kind of challenges in a unilateralism fashions. So we don't have a rule-based international organization to deal with this kind of threat anymore. Hence, this is another challenge. Each country is faced with the problem of long-term inflation. This is a situation that we never faced before since 1970s, 1980s. Hence, US, the largest state in the whole world, used the quantitative tightening policy. And as you can see, the rise in interest rate in the US devalue our local currencies. Thailand lost about $75 million in reserve already in terms of value. China lost about 250 billion US dollars already. So this is huge. And of course, after COVID-19, each country during the COVID-19, they borrow money, they're overspending in order to do the economic stimulus package. Now it is a time to repay the public debt. And there will be a lot of tax reform. But each government cannot increase their income tax rate, the corporate tax rate, VAT. So there will be new kinds of tax. And this new kind of tax sometimes can be considered as a new kind of trade barrier as well. Apart from the macroeconomics and international economics threats and challenges, in this supply chain, we also need to consider about the issues of socio-economic as well. In India, in Thailand, in ASEAN, we have a very, very bad
Pradyut, can you see
problems.
me, please?
We still have a lot of corruption. The poverty is still there, as well as in Southeast Asia, especially in Thailand, we face with the problem of demographic structures of the age societies. And in Thailand as well, we still have the problem of political unrest. So this is the challenges. This is the threat. Among the threats, there may be opportunity to create.
Thank you very much. Very good points that are being made. But participant presenting a video message cannot have priority over others, especially those who are present here. So we will have to circulate the whole message, which I don't know how long it is, but we have to carry on with other panelists now, especially those who are present and waiting patiently for their. I'm very happy to now invite Professor Prabir Dey to take the floor. He is an expert in this domain, and I'm sure you look forward to listening to him. About 5 minutes, Prabir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Bhatia, Chair of the session. First of all, I thank organizer Asian Conference and its Executive Director, Sabyasachi Datta, for the invitation. Now, Ambassador Bhatia has asked in the session very pertinent questions that how can South Asia benefit from new supply chain resilience? While he was delivering his speech, he went into quite a detailed issues which normally trade economists like me, we often handle in Delhi particularly, like supply chain resilience initiative, free trade agreement, so on and so forth. But since time is very limited, 5 minutes, you cannot cover everything. Now the question he has asked, I think I have only three narratives, very small. And I will highlight more the issue here, more from the point of view of the northeastern part of India and the golden fiber on which a brilliant shows performed before the sessions in the jute and the jute products. Let me come first with this golden fiber. The first Professor Paul presented brilliant his activities. This is connecting a sub-region, which you can call BBIN, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal. All of them produce, export, nurture with the jute and jute-like products. And you know the history, because of the partition, we had the technology, the factories, and the Bangladesh remained with the production of the raw jutes. And we can go on talking about this decoupling, in a sense. Now, 70s, 80s, and 90s, when India looked at more inward-looking policies, international trade, somehow for the political reasons, because of the jute factories used to contribute large employment in Bengal, also in the Bangladesh, the government of India, from Ministry of Commerce and Industry and the DGFT, they allowed some kind of a relaxed policies, which is basically, in today's literature, we can call it connecting the two nations through a value chain. Now, so we see, the trade between India and Bangladesh remained, despite the fact there were many restrictions on other products. So end of the 90s, we see the free trade agreements coming, but India-Bangladesh trade in the jute and jute products, we found there's lots of competition coming because the jute factories in India, they didn't go for modernization. And these were taken over by some kind of local cronies from Bengal, and there was no free flow of, the raw jutes from Bangladesh. And there are many non-tariff measures, which economists explain in detail. So in short, the jute and jute-like fibers, which is the common product in Bay of Bengal, starting from, Thailand, Myanmar, northeastern part of India, Bangladesh, Bhutan, we could not utilize for a very strong, robust, and resilient supply chain. This is remained as a potential. Point two, that where are the other products? Very briefly, Ambassador Bhatia suggests, he gave an example, Apple 14, Foxconn projects, and the Mercedes-Benz. So these are three things which are actually pulling up the Indian economy, obviously for the next few years. In which way it will be driving, I really do not know, but I just did some number crunching, for my recent work on the this India's production of Apple 13, and the Samsung, the biggest plant in Greater Noida, and it's linked with the Vietnam. Some of our projects, it indicates at the moment the production linkages, which economists explain, the links between parts and components going in final assembly is not picking up. Probably it will come out, a couple of years, but there's a good beginning. So these are the products which will certainly pull up India into global value chains. India's participation in the global value chain in terms of the percentage number, in a very non-technical, is 10% of India's global trade. Nothing. Our forward linkage or backward linkage, we could not do. But there is a reason historically. I'm not going to discuss all this. Now, what could be the way forward? Connecting the big initiative. It's called Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, SCRI. Eminent diplomats who are sitting on the dais and also on the audience, they know it very well. There is the geopolitics is very much in play. When you talk about Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, we have Japan, Australia, and India. They're part of Track 1 initiatives. There are huge interest from the Japanese side to connect ASEAN, Southeast Asia as well as a part of it, because Japanese, Ambassador Bhatia said, and we use on the flying geese theory, right? The geese moves from one country to another country. So Japanese investment in Southeast Asia and East Asia, it's very logical that Southeast Asia be part of this supply chain resilience initiative. But I'm not a diplomat. I can only argue with my facts and figures, which is good, which is bad. It is the government to decide which to take over and which to not. Under the Indo-Pacific rubric, we see Supply Chain Resilience Initiative is a part of IPEF, Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, where 14 countries, including India and US and many Southeast Asian, they're part of it. And supply chain is one pillar. So if I may cut short the whole discussion and come to the conclusion, sir, in a minute, that how do we get benefit. The eastern part of India, northeastern part of India, all this complex, the spaghetti bowl or noodle balls elements, which can feed into the culture side, feed into the guide into the first presentation by Mr. Paul, Dr. Paul, and many others, is that there is a very strong role which this organization has been telling, the third phase. And this third phase means that we need to bring the entrepreneurs, entrepreneur class, investors who can share the technology, who can do the demonstrations, and across the eastern and north. I restrict myself in east and northeast. I don't want to go to western side, which I do often when I be in Delhi. So here, one example that 2 or 3 states, they can be leaders, like Manipur, when it talks about handicrafts, which is pretty much, trade in climate smart goods. When it comes to the Mizoram, the same pattern. If you come to the Sikkim, which often we missed out, there is a very strong pharmaceutical clusters, which are feeding into our companies like Reddy's Laboratories, and many others into the Southeast Asia and globally. And Arunachal, both, goods and services, etc. There are many, many new items. So these are the products and services. I could not spell out everything because of time. We need to nurture, we need to promote. 3 recommendations that government has to do. One is to guide them. At the moment, we do not have in a national level or regional level some organization to help these entrepreneurs in terms of cross-border production links. We have an Entrepreneur Development Institute in Guwahati or Kolkata here, but they look at more the domestic market. So these institutions, and they could be geared up to support a cross-border linkages. Second, the government has signed many free trade agreements, and these free trade agreements, which are very loose type, just for a trade purpose. We need to nurture, strengthen, bringing the supply chain dimensions. Dr. Piti, he highlighted some of them, and I'm sure Professor Amitendu, who will be speaking next to me, Amitendu Da will be talking more about, he's located in Singapore. Last, that companies like Foxconn or many others who are producing the parts and components for our global products going into across the world, they also need to tell that why don't you also consider coming into eastern part or northeastern part. I give it as example for the China, sir, and I close it. When the Foxconn approached to the mainland in Beijing, that we are going to pick up this Apple phone, the Beijing said, no, you don't go to Shanghai. You better go to Chengdu in Sichuan, which is one of the poorest provinces in China. So Foxconn set up the plant on behalf of the Apple. They generated 1 million employment for the states. So here is the role of the government to tell, please, hang on, you don't have to go to Gujarat or Tamil Nadu. You have to come to this eastern, Bihar, UP, Bengal, northeastern. This can create new industries. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prabir, for widening the discussion. And we will have a couple of good questions for you. Dear friends, our last expert who will enlighten you on the subject of the session is Amitendu Palit, Senior Research Fellow and Research Lead at the Institute of South Asian Studies, National University of Singapore. He's a familiar name and a very well-known expert. So, dear friend, you have 5 minutes to kindly share your perspective. Over to you.
Thank you, Ambassador Bhatia, and always a pleasure to see you again. Never mind if it be through cyberspace, and a pleasure to see old friends, Prabir, for example. Thank you, Asian Confluence. Thank you, the US sort of consulate in Kolkata for organizing this excellent event. I'll be brief, Ambassador Bhatia, and I think between you, Prabir, and the other speakers, you have covered a considerable amount of ground, which has really brought in a large number of varied perspectives on the subject. Let me try to share some broad ideas, which is, in a sense, trying to connect to the initial thought that you articulated, that if one can take this vision to be a little broader, look at the whole idea of South Asia and how it can fit into a Bay of Bengal plus identity in the whole analysis of supply chains. One of the distinctions that I think we are beginning to notice in the wake of COVID-19 is that supply chain disruptions are not new. Historically, they have happened a number of times. We remember the Fukushima earthquake that happened in Japan. We remember the Hurricane Katrina that struck the western east coast of the United States. We remember the floods in Thailand that were devastating. On all occasions, supply chains got disrupted. But what has happened after COVID is a bit different. What we are getting to see is that there are periodic and very regular disruptions in supply chains that are happening. First, it began from mainland China, then crossed over to Southeast Asia. And over time, over a period of 16 to 18 months, time to time again, these are coming back. And these have started generating a large amount of concerns among all stakeholders, so much so a fundamental change has started taking shape in the thinking of supply chains. Earlier, supply chain disruption and ways of managing it were confined only to firms and businesses. But today, governments have started taking much bigger and wider note of the disruption in supply chains. And this has been partly prompted by the fact that when governments sit back and take a look at the kind of supply chains that are getting disrupted, it's beginning to come to their notice that many of these are critical, of great strategic interest, and could have a bearing upon national interest and national security, to be more specific. So let's say, for example, even if we look at an industry like pharmaceuticals, when it gets disrupted, it affects the public health prospects. When food supply chains get disrupted, they affect the other security prospects of the country in a broader sense. And similarly for telecom, critical minerals, semiconductors, and so on and so forth. Now, what then we have started noticing is that there is a much greater proactivity on part of a large number of governments across the world who are beginning to invest a lot more of strategic attention and priority in reorganization of supply chains, mainly with the objective of minimizing the risk of disruption, and that is by widening the areas from where materials and inputs can be sourced. There is this thinking that concentration of sourcing is actually one of the biggest problems behind the disruption of supply chains. And if the sourcing basket can be widened, that eventuality can perhaps be avoided. So what has happened as a result is a growth of a large number of initiatives to the Indo-Pacific economic framework, also the supply chain resilience. And we have seen a large number of other similar country groupings paying attention to supply chains, including the G20, including the G7. But what is of interest, and this is where I think the discussion that you're having today is exceptionally important. What is of interest is that by what extent would the government priority and perspective in reorganizing supply chains match with that of the way in which businesses look at reorganizing supply chains? Let's not forget the fact that supply chains across the world before COVID-19 were shaped on the basis of economic efficiency. That's why horizontal specialization, moving out into locations that offer the cheapest cost advantage. But today, that is not necessarily the logic on which supply chain reorganization is being proposed. Economic efficiency is not always getting the priority over geopolitics and geosecurity interests. So there is a challenge to reconcile these two subjects. And I think this is where it's very important for governments and businesses to talk together. And particularly when we look at an area of the South Asian regional integration, and we look at initiatives like the IPEF, and within the IPEF, when we look at two of its four pillars, we look at supply chains, which is number one, and the clean economy, which is another pillar. And when we look at an industry like jute, I find a natural correlation between the two. That if, say, for example, supply chain management, minimization of sourcing is being looked at, there is no reason why it can't get connected to the role of standard setting in the clean economy pillar of IPEF. And this is where the conditions are, I would say, quite ripe for Bangladesh to take a proactive position in engaging with this, because come 2026, Bangladesh doesn't remain an LDC anymore. Bangladesh is already engaging a large number of countries with prospects of bilateral free trade agreements, One of the countries with which the talks are at a fairly advanced stage is Japan. So are the talks with Bangladesh and with Singapore. So I think this is where Bangladesh is coming very close to the greater sphere of Indo-Pacific, and along with it, it is bringing a large part of the non-India South Asia into the sphere of Indo-Pacific. And this is where I think when United States, Australia, and Japan focus on digital and maritime connectivity in the region, they only work towards supplementing the supply chain durability and resilience efforts. So I'll end here, Ambassador Bhatia, and look forward to further thoughts.
Thank you very much for making very pertinent points, and we will come to you. In fact, this fits into the overall framework here. Dear friends, at this stage, I'm going to put one question each to our experts here, and then we'll come to you. This will be a fairly quick question-answer session, but Abhijit, I have to come to you in the same order. Your knowledge and your passion for jute is fully understandable, and it would not have been proper on our part not to talk about jute sitting here in Kolkata and having panelists from Bangladesh. This is a very important product of this region, golden fiber. And it seems to me that its attractiveness has gone up because of the ecological and environmental reasons, and that you have stressed again and again. Can you please put this in the context in terms of, you mentioned $40 million export by India.
47 actually.
47. Yeah. Could you just tell us a bit about what are the relative export figures for the BBIN or whichever other countries are the key producers? And secondly, where are the constraints? Is it the production? Is it the lack of modernization in machinery? Is it the marketing constraint? How can this all be stepped up? Because really scale is very important. So could you just give us a macro picture on both these things, and then we can move on to the next
Thank
one.
you. Thank you, Dr. Bhatia, for that very interesting question. Yes, I mean, in relation to other countries, especially Bangladesh, we're very close. Roughly, I would say about $37 to $40 million of export in revenue. The biggest constraints, I would say, has been historical, but I don't have the time to go into all the historical details. The current situation with jute, and jute is, by the way, just not the only alternative biodegradable fiber and its future that we're talking about. There are 7 others, like flax, rami, and a number of them that are on the research stage, which have been which have been on the horizon with institutes like the Indian Council of Agricultural Research and CRIJAF and others. So there is a great deal of effort from the scientific, technological, innovation point of view. So there is no dearth, I would say, from my research in the last several years of new innovative practices that are coming up in these research institutes. There are also government schemes, for example, of helping farmers, which is the most critical component in jute and allied fibers today. And the reason is farm prices. I'll give you one very small example, which is last year, and part of my project requires obviously me to talk to farmers from across the West Bengal and other regions. And I'll give you one example. So last year, jute, the raw jute, the one that you see here, sold at about 6,800 to be precise, 6,800 rupees per quintal. 1 quintal is 100 kilos. This year, when there has been a relative lack of rainfall, or I would say unseasonal rainfall, that price has come down to 4,500. If you remember the performance, there was one scene where there was a lamentation as to we're not getting farm prices. In the jute sector today, supply, demand is very high, or it's increasingly become, I told you there's an uptick in the export revenue from India especially. But demand is high, but supply is low. That's partly because of the erratic nature of farm prices, which are not being, which the Jute Commission of India, the Jute Commissioner of India, JCI, are not always able to control and govern, although they have all the machinations, all the systems in play. Now that is of course because of, I think our Bangladeshi friend Mahbooba, Dr. Nasreen pointed out, maybe because of, part of that reason is because of internal sort of, internal politicking, corruption to an extent, and also cronyism, for which particularly the jute industry has been known for decades now. So overall picture in the jute industry, and it's
half a minute, please.
Sure.
Yeah.
The overall picture in the future, in the present and the future of jute industry and economy mainly comes from these are the main problems that actually crop up time and again. So the future, which looks very bright on the horizon, need to take into account these extremely micro-local and to some extent regional, sub-regional and hyper-regional sort of problems that we are looking at in particularly jute and biodegradable textile sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very useful response. Let me now go to Madam Nasreen once again. I noted from your presentation you spoke about the specific situation of jute, but also the larger picture in terms of supply chains and linkages. And you gave some inkling of how the thinking in Bangladesh is to try to connect with the region outside. So in that context, you have also heard about what Prabir and Amit was saying. Just for your information, recently Asian Conference did a big conclave in Guwahati. At that time, a big Bangladeshi delegation was present, and we discussed the idea that, and I can see former Foreign Secretary Bangladesh is sitting here. The idea was that one way to help Bangladesh connect with the wider eastern region would be to see whether Bangladesh can be admitted into the Indo-Pacific economic framework, because that is where supply chain resilience is a major issue, as Prabir pointed it out. So my question to you is there some thinking now in the business and corporate and government circles in Dhaka in that direction?
Thank you for giving me the space once again, and I have been listening to all of you. I would like to add some major, broader points, which would be Indo-Pacific business and also relationship between the countries that we are talking about, in fact, our neighboring country, India. So, I stopped over how to build resilience for an uncertain future that we are saying. So we have to be concerned about overseas borrowing. So, and also we need to have protect our creativity, our literary works, our playwrights, copyrights is culture is so far concerned. Sometimes tensions coming around these protecting issues. And also one of the major skill development, if we would like youth at the highest number in Bangladesh, so how we can reskill them. It's not only that jute is only for farmers or those who are working. So reskilling the youth, taking the point about their social protection issues, how innovative our jute industry could be. How can we link this with the urban sector from intersectionality perspective? So because due to climate change or other human or anthropogenic factors, people are moving from rural to urban areas. So if production, also the marketing and supply chain management factor. So innovative industrial and inclusive urban sectors. And also we know that, like, how can we curb the plastic pollution? That also we can use. And also I can give example like India and Bangladesh having a border hut. So I worked, from my experience, I am saying that what are the new ventures that we could have in the bordering region, then we can expand. So it should be like the quality of lives, it could be related to the livelihood opportunities of the local inhabitants. So based on the regional differences, how can we limit illegal businesses and formalize the informal trading across border and also beyond the borders? So we would have to see, I always say about involving youth and also women and intersectional communities who are unemployed. Like we are getting so many unemployed populations. So the cultural norms and practices are prevalent, preventing them in participation. And also, like, how can we sensitize people about the value of the industries, and how can we involve all of them? So these are the issues that I wanted to discuss at this point. So we have to have sustainable development perspective, leaving no one behind. And also in Bangladesh, like we have some Vision 2041. So we are going across all those lines.
Thank
so
you.
In that context,
Thank you very much.
Sure
Appreciate
I
that.
can add
yeah, we appreciate that. I think very quickly, because we are absolutely running out of time now. Mitendu, a quick question to you in light of what you have stated. You know, this whole clarity about supply chains resilience in South Asia, I think the level is still very low, as Prabir pointed out. A very quick question, is it possible to envisage that a country like Singapore, where you are located, can play a kind of a consulting or advisory role for some of the South Asian governments as to how to do it?
Ambassador Bhatia, I think it's not just Singapore, but I think if there is a broader perspective taken from some of the ASEAN countries, insofar as their engagement, and Prabir will know this, that ASEAN FTAs have been constructed in a way which enables faster passage of goods and inputs across borders in as seamless a manner as possible. I think those elements of trade facilitation, coupled with the new priorities that are coming up, we have just seen significant developments happening in the COP27. There's a lot that is coming out of the G20 recent summit. I think there is a certain imperative which is there in refocusing on the South Asia, Southeast Asia conversation. And if that happens, I see part of it coming in through BIMSTEC, part of it coming in through IPEF. But I think it's also at the India-ASEAN level that this can be taken up a little bit more actively. I mean, you know Southeast Asia better than me, Ambassador Bhatia, so you would understand where I'm coming into this from.
Indeed. Thank you very much. We get your point very clearly. Last question, Prabir, you have given your recommendations, and I'm sure Asian Confluence would try to bring them into their report. My question is, supply chains initiative, Japan, India, Australia. There was a big hullabaloo when this was announced. And thereafter, not much information comes in the public domain as to what is the progress. Do you think there should be some mechanism between the government and industry to be, following as to what really is happening, where the problems are, and how to make further progress quickly? Because the world is changing very fast, and we simply cannot go on at a very glacial speed.
Okay, we can discuss it in the tea and coffee time in length, but in short, to reply to you. The Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, the 3 countries, they took a decision because what Amit and the Polit, he was talking about the crisis that we had during the COVID time. Now, SCRI this is actually being negotiated by our Commerce Ministry, not the Foreign Affairs, External Affairs Ministry, sir. You know it very well. And an understanding is a bit complex, So in short, we have 3 rounds of negotiation happened, Tokyo once, Delhi once, and also in Canberra. And I think there is a common study coming up, and hopefully something will emerge out of it very soon. Just to add here, sir, 25th of November, there is a discussion on the same project in Tokyo on SCRI taking it up. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Dear friends, I've been given advice by the hosts that we really have to conclude this year because for the next session participants, some of them have deadlines for catching their flights. So with regret, I have to deny you the opportunity, but I hope there would be a coffee session. Please catch hold of the 2 panelists. I'm afraid you won't be able to contact the others who are here digitally. But I do want to say that this was a very productive, though somewhat technical kind of discussion. The basic summation would be that first of all, jute is important for this region, but we have to think in terms of jute +1. And undoubtedly, there is a great deal of partnership involving the industry and government that would be essential to make sure that the awareness in South Asia about supply chain resilience expands greatly. In the end, may I invite you to mark your appreciation by a loud applause for all the panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. I request Ambassador Bhatia, who is the Governing Council member of Asian Confluence, to felicitate the panel, at least those who are present here, and the artists from India and Bangladesh who did the introductory cultural performance. The panelists are present here, Prabir Dey and Avijit Paul. And I request the artists from Bangladesh and India to kindly come on the stage. We'll have the presentation to the artists and then you can have a photo. We will now have a group photograph of the panelists and the artists. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will immediately go on to our next session. Those of you who want to have tea can pick up your tea and coffee and come back inside in the hall. Thank you for your cooperation. Just give us enough time to set the stage and we will start off immediately and proceed to the next session.
Recording stopped.
এটা দিয়ে দাও, হয়ে গেছে। দাও দাও দাও, চেকস। ওকে, শিওর। আমাদের কি আরেকটু পিছনে করে দেবে? সবাই দেখতে পাবে তো? মানে মঞ্চটা সবাই দেখতে পাবে তো? দেখতে পাবে। একটু রিভার্ব দিও গলায়। হ্যাঁ, দিয়ে দেবো। আমার প্রায় হয়ে গেছে। আই নো, আমার হয়ে গেছে। তোমার লোকই আছে, সবাইকে ডাকো আগে। না, আমি বলেছি আমার 15 মিনিট সময় আছে রেডি হওয়ার। দ্যাট ইজ হোয়াট আই সেড। তোমার লোকজন কোথায়? দাও দাও। যদি এটাও বাজাতে পারিস তুই চাইবি।
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly take your seats. We are now beginning with the cultural introduction of our next session, which is migration and peace building. This session aims to examine the historical and political contexts of migration in the region to extract key lessons and explore possible ways and aspects linked to migration that can actually help create bridges and constituencies of mutual understanding and prosperity. The cultural introduction is by artists from India, Burma, and Bangladesh. This performance depicts the migration pangs of Indo-Pacific region using myriad tools, including performance arts, installation art, body painting, traditional music, and theatrical tools. The performance highlights our differences, but also similarities on how human lives come under the same sort of radar when confronted with the shadow of migration.
হ্যাঁ কি করছে ওরা? ব্যাস ঠিক আছে। ওকে সরাতে সরাতে সরাতে। এটা দিয়ে শুরু করছি। হ্যাঁ তাই তো। তোমার মধ্যে কোনো আলো দিচ্ছে নাকি? না। Okay, good morning everyone. We are starting our performance. The name is Destination Life on the Move. It's a collaboration performance between artists from countries of India, Burma and Bangladesh. roads must a man walk down before you call him a man? How many seas must a white dove sail before she sleeps on sand? How many times must a cannonball fly before it's forever banned? Please answer, my friend. She's blown in the wind. The answer is blown in the wind. Please answer, my friend. She's blown in the wind. The answer is blown in the wind.
I request Mr. Sabyasachi Datta, Executive Director of Asian Confluence, to kindly come on the stage and felicitate all the artists. पोजीशन में लगा दीजिए. Thank you. To move forward, generally in any field, diplomatically in this case, it is important to look back at our shared history, heritage, and culture to have an insight and a better understanding on how best to proceed forward. And this is exactly what is being reiterated in our artistic presentation in this very unique conclave. We will now have a conversation from conflicts to confluence. The moderator is Binayak Datta, Professor, Department of History, Northeastern Hill University, that is NEHU, and Honorary Senior Fellow, Asian Confluence, India. The speakers are Ambassador Shahidul Haq, former Foreign Secretary of Bangladesh and ICCR Bangabandhu Chair, Shipa Hafiza, Human Rights Activist, Bangladesh, Paramita Mukherjee Malik, Scientist, National Scholar and Poet, President and Initiator of Mumbai Chapter of Intercultural Poetry and Performance Library, Joseph Lalfagzuala, Professor, Department of Political Science, Government T. Rumana College, Mizoram, India, and Sameer Kumar Das, Professor, Department of Political Science, University of Kolkata, India. Now that the stage is set, I request the chair and panelists to kindly take their places on the dais. I once again welcome the chair and the panelists and request the chair to kindly take over the proceedings of this session.
Distinguished panelists on the dais, friends and students who are here. We are running short of time, and we have constraints of time, too many pressures, but it's a very interesting panel, and I'm sure we have an extremely erudite panel to talk about migration and peace building. There are two things I want to flag at the initial point and then probably get into the conversation, is the fact that too much is being said and too much of interest has been shared on migration because of the various kinds of tensions and politics that one necessarily sees surrounding migration. But we're not here to talk about politics. And, you know, as our esteemed panelist, senior panelist here, our former ambassador, Ambassador Shahidul Haq had made a point that this is not about geopolitics, it's about geoculture. And so therefore, we want to locate ourselves within the rubric of cultural dimensions of society, recognizing migration and the need of peace building. Without much ado, and I think, you know, this is a panel where I think I'm you know, extremely privileged, but in a position of much constraint to let the ball rolling by talking about the geocultural dimensions of migration, by inviting each of the speakers to talk about basically the cultural dimension of migration, what flows from migration, and what are the concomitant ramifications of migration. That is the lead question that I leave the lectern with, and then probably resume my seat there for carrying on the conversation. I think, friends, it's relevant to probably reflect on a few things associated with migration. A small story that probably I learned in the place of my residence and the place where I work, that almost every community that we deal with, the indigenous communities, have some story of migration and settlement. And it's a very peaceful story of migration, smooth story of migration, not the tumultuous story of migration that we often talk about. And so therefore, to initiate the conversation, may I request Professor Samir Das to reflect on this issue.
Since time is short, I will just flag two issues. We have been encouraged to ask quote-unquote difficult questions. Migration per se is a difficult question. And let me begin by way of narrating an anecdote. Some years back, a lady professor, very senior, lady professor from India's northeast. She wrote a letter expressing her wish to unsubscribe herself from the list of recipients of a journal which is on refugee studies. On the ground that refugees are part of the problem, migration per se is part of the problem. Had there been no migration, there wouldn't have been any problem in the Northeast. That was her view. A few years late, when 1983, the Nelly massacre happened, in which close to 1,700 people lost their lives, a very senior reporter who was writing for one of the US-based newspapers wrote that why the victims were there, quote-unquote victims were there in the first place. They had no business to be there because they were foreigners. And the wives, women and children got killed precisely because they couldn't run fast enough to escape the violence. So in the face of such a strong anti-migrant sentiment, how does one at all raise the question of migration? So this is, and that makes the question very, very difficult, particularly in a region called India's Northeast. I wonder if there is any local equivalent of the English word refugee in any of the Northeastern languages. I will request my co-panelists as well as members of the audience to suggest if there is any. So this is one. The second is, some years back in late 2011, I was interviewing as part of my research work some of the ex-rebels in the Indian state of Mizoram. And in one case, the rebel leader, he narrated an interesting story that I asked him that what angered you and why is it that you were involved in insurgency? And one answer which I could elicit is this, that I was studying at Guwahati University, which is in Assam, and when the summer recess takes place, everyone else from the region could reach their destination, their hometown, on the same day. But since I am coming from a remote village in Champhai in Mizoram, it takes more than 8 to 10 days to reach my home, and by the time I reach home, my summer recess comes to an end. There is hardly any development there. On the other hand, and parallel to it, he also narrated the story of how the cognates, ethnic cognates from the district of Chittagong Hill Tracts, now in Bangladesh, could come to Aizawl for medical treatment, and they would stay in the local Mizo houses because there was hardly any hotel in Mizoram. And he was proudly saying that why should they stay in hotels, because they are part of us. In 1966, when Indian troops marched in Mizoram and Operation Jericho, that's the code name of the military operation, happened, most of the Mizo rebels, they retreated into the Chittagong Hill Tracts. Reportedly, they did not take the expressways, the highways, but they took the jungle trails to go there. In other words, what I mean to say is twofold, and there I will conclude. One, that any two villages proximate to each other in the region had always been connected. And let us describe it as connected history. The current ethnographic evidences suggest that that these villages were always connected. And I borrow this expression from one of the eminent historians, Sanjay Subramaniam, that this is called connected history. On the other hand, what is called connectivity, I make a distinction, and I strongly say that connectivity is not connected history. Because what you do in the connectivity discourse is to compress a myriad ways of connection and connected history into a few highways and expressways, whether you describe them as quadrilateral or whatever, the golden triangle or something like that. But then you know that these 2 points in the connectivity discourse are connected in a way so that goods and services can move fast enough from one place to the other, and they can be kept under surveillance. Whereas connected history doesn't have any such encumbrance, so to say. So I make a distinction between connected history and connectivity, and I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I think we expected a program like this to start off with a bang. I think you have started with a bang. But I want to take the other route, and this I want to turn to my panelist, Paramita, and where I request her to talk about basically the cultural dimensions of migration in various ways, because migrants do not just go with their politics, they also go with their cultural heritages, their remnants of thoughts, processes, etc., traditions. So could you kindly talk about that dimension of it?
Yes, thank you, Binayak. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you so much, Asian Confluence and the US Consulate, Kolkata. There has been talk about geographical, economical, tourism, trade, and many other connections, but I feel we can bring in, like Binayak said, we can bring in synergy through literature, through poetry. Since I promote a lot of poetry of indigenous people, and I felt that, their culture through poetry expresses so well. So for this session, migration and peace building, I traced out migratory people like immigrants, Indian immigrants, the indentured laborers who went to some Indo-Pacific countries like Fiji Islands and Mauritius. So I started tracing their poetry, their literature, and I found that, this can bring in a synergy of tracing out their poetry then and their poetry now into peace building, into a form of peace building.
Thank you so much. I mean, one side talking about the political dimension in some ways, and also the cultural and the economic dimension, and the other talking about the cultural dimension in terms of poetry. But now I think we turn to a diplomat and an expert on international relations, on migration, Professor Shahidul Haq. So, sir, can I request you to reflect on the idea of peace building and migration in Indo-Pacific?
Thank you very much. I think we need to sort of recognize the importance of mobility and migration in the context of Indo-Pacific. And the title and the subtitles are extremely appropriate. Now, when we talk about migration, what that we talk about? If you bring in the issue of category, which in the absence of a proper frame I would, there are people who goes as a skilled migrant, migration for work, family reunification, and then people who undertake all irregular migration path which we saw, both human trafficking and smuggling. But there are also gradually talk of a migration and displacement due to the climate change and other resource conflicts. And the third one is refugees, which we thought we leave out for a while, because we are talking about migration. Refugee has a regime, it has a 51 convention. So that takes a different trend altogether, as opposed to the other three categories. Now, when you bring that into the Indo-Pacific space, how do you want to approach it? You want to approach it from a dark lens or from a bright lens? I would approach it from a bright lens. What is that? Migration, as I see, is essential, inevitable, and potentially beneficial if you can manage it properly, which we nowadays call governance. So it is essential, it is inevitable. I mean, our experience suggests no one has ever been able to stop despite whatever the wall and fences that we talk about, has been able to stop. So that's a reality. And the question is how then you end up governing those who are not essentially your citizens. The second is that migration is an individual endeavor. It is individual who moves, decides to move. And we have done a study in Bangladesh in 19 districts, 10 years back. And they said, why some people move and others do not? It's strange. It's 3 to 4% of the population are on the move, and the rest are very static. So why it is so? Is it something cultural? Is it something very individual? I think yes, and I'll come back to that very shortly. But the individual endeavors are shaped by culture, politics, economy. And the whole issue of identity, nationality, border, which has created all this. 300 years back, nobody thought of the word migration. There was no border, no boundaries. One can just walk in and start doing business. I hope you know what I'm saying. So there's the second lens that I use. The third kind of a point that I want to share, that migration is very cultural, and that's why the whole diaspora concept has come in. I know someone else will be talking about it. I'm not going to talk about it. The question is, what is the problem? What is the difficulties that we were listening? I don't see migration and mobility. Let me also add that not every movement is a migration. There are people who move for various reasons and come back. So it's a circular path. So migration and mobility, 1 out of 7 persons are actually migrant in the world. So fairly large community, but not essentially everybody is migrant in the category that we see. So what is the problem? I don't see any problem. I see a problem because the state cannot manage it. State has difficulty accepting people who are not essentially carrying their passport. So that's where the problem comes in. Problem doesn't come in because somebody has moved and contributing, or for argument's sake, not contributing to the society that he or she is coming in. So that's the other way of looking at it. Now, almost all the states wants to manage migration unilaterally. So that is the problem. And you cannot, in this mobile world, in this hyper-connected world, manage migration unilaterally. That's the problem. At least you have to go bilateral, if not regional or multilateral. So that's where the problem is. It's not problem with the people, it's problem with the state that we are talking about. But it doesn't know, doesn't want to open up and manage migration. The countries which have done has immensely benefited out of the migration. Look at, now we talk about declining and aging of population. There's a big problem in Europe, in many countries. What are the 2-3 countries which are not facing it? It is United States. Why? Because they have been, on a regular basis, through a systematic process, accepting migrants from all over the world. That has not only enriched their society, but also not created a problem which can't be managed. I know there are identity issues, I know there's a nationality issue, despite the fact they're one of the few countries who have very successfully done it. UK has done it, as opposed to that Germany couldn't do it. Japan had difficulties. Now we know that Chinese are also facing huge difficulties because they are facing a large population who would no longer be able to contribute productively to the society, and they need younger population on which the older population can depend. The whole hypothesis is the circle. So that's where the problem is. And I leave it there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. I think you've put it in a proper global perspective. But many years ago, Tagore had said something very interesting about people who came to India. And he said, Debe ar nebe, milabe milibe, jabe na fire. So in the sense, when we talk about migration, the dea and nea, the give and the take, I think I now invite Ma'am Shipa Hafiza to share her experience of migration and its expressions of culture.
Thank you, Vinay. And thanks to the Asian Conference for giving us this floor to express our views. The whole peace building, if I start with, has an essential and central, role in every steps and stages of people's movement. In context of migration, building this social cohesion can improve and build strong relationships and sense of solidarity, and also address the xenophobia and the, what shall I say? Okay, xenophobia and, the distress out of it. Migration and culture. I believe our migrants building culture of, and they are helping building culture to other countries, as well as they're bringing this culture, other countries' culture, to ourselves. Given an example, look at these food habits of this world. Even in 80s, early 80s, the food habit of, if we say UK, where migrants were there, Bangladeshi migrants were there, it was very structured and, very kind of regulated. But due to the migrants' intervention, we believe that now you will go to United Kingdom or US even, the whole food culture has changed to exotic foods, spices, the aroma of spices of India and Bangladesh, you can always, see. Looking at the colors of choice, what do we wear, the clothing. So I was giving birth to my child in England, and there I can choose only very pale colors for a newborn baby. Light shade of pink, blue, or lemon, which I didn't like. So I, knit my own thing, the whole dress for my baby. So whenever we go out, it was so appreciated by the onlookers. The colors, the exotic and bright colors. And somehow, obviously there are other things that were working at that time. Within a couple of years, we could see in summer market is full of abundant colors, particularly from Asia and Africa. With this immersion and also the diversification that migrants are bringing into a culture, it can lead to building institutions too. Again, from my own experience, I was a teacher in England for very young children. And with my responsibility, I made the relationship with ethnic children, their families, visit their families, and I could immediately see the children who come to UK at their age of 10 and above, 10, 12, and adolescent age, they don't go to school because they're very shy. They don't know English. They don't even know Bangla as well. And there are big gaps happening between the younger siblings, 4, 5, 6 years old siblings, who are going to nursery or school, and they are picking this native English within a week time, within a week or 2 weeks time. So this communication gap between the parents, the older siblings, non-school children, and the younger children happening. So I raised my voice I had the opportunity to raise my voice to the education advisor of the ministry. And why don't you do Bangla school for these Bangla speaking students? And my advocacy point was, if somebody learn their own language and know it good, then they develop the skill and confidence to adapt to other languages also. Within few years, it didn't take really long, 3 to 4 years time, England started with Bangla school. My friends were there to teach children Bangla. So this whole culture building, these migrants are really bringing the diversity, the inclusiveness, and people-oriented culture into different countries, whenever they go, wherever they go, and which is beneficial for the migrants as well as for the host communities.
Thank you so much, ma'am, because we will come back on education and livelihood at some point of the discussion. But before that, I mean, as we see it, there is a certain southern focus. I mean, from Northeast India, when you look at Bengal, Bangladesh, Indo-Pacific, there is a certain amount of southern focus. I think let's move a little east. And we have Joseph here. Joseph, I want you to tell us about how a migration and culture building essentially takes place in the Indo-Burma border, because you are somebody who's worked on borderland in Indo-Burma border.
Okay, thank you, Professor Binay. So, thank you for Asian Confluence for inviting in this panel. I think this is one of the right platform to talk about on this migration issue. Let me narrate a story of my family, because most of my grandmother's siblings have migrated in the 50s to Burma itself. So they have sent their children back in the 90s during the time of their troubles in Burma. They stay in my family for some times. So not only my family is that host family, there are many families in Mizoram itself to bear that thing. So during that time, there is one organization coming up to look into the, not political integration, but the cultural integration of Chin Mizo community. So that community is called Zhou Reunification Organizations. So the main objective of that organization is to bring culture integration plus peaceful coexistence with the Chin community. So they propose a council like Sami Council in Europe. So they are taking the footstep of that, representing the Chin Mizo indigenous to the United Nations and other international bodies. And there is another organization by, this is the student organization Mizo Zir Laipol. I think most of you are familiar with that, the largest student organization. So when the democracy precipitated in Burma during that time, they started organizing Zhou Festival every 2 years from 2002. So in that festival, they invited culture organization from Burma, Bangladesh, and within India also from Tripura, Manipur, Assam, and Mizoram. So they alternately organized that festival in Burma, Bangladesh, not Bangladesh, Manipur, Assam, Tripura, and now it's going to be happening in Mizoram in December itself. So that is the two moments which I want to recapture here. And one last thing is that during this, after February 2021 incidents, I have visited some place in the refugee camp in Mizoram, 4 or 5 refugee camps, and in every camp, what I have noticed is that at the center of the camp, there will always be a cultural space, a hall or a religious activities where all these things happen to show that we are one blood or one brother, sisters, like that. So with that, I will continue later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joseph. I think let's talk about something that touches us very close. Yesterday, as part of this program, in the other room that was having the other session, we had a screening of a documentary called The Salt in Our Waters by one of the panelists who was here, Rezwan Sharia Sumit. And that made us think about basically climate change and migration. To initiate a discussion on that, and which I think actually touches us very close. Climate change is something with which we are all concerned and which affect our lives daily. So may I request Professor Shahidul Haq to actually tell us a little more about his reflections on climate change and migration.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Since I'll have to catch a flight and I may leave in between, let me take a couple of minutes to share another thought in the context of this conference. Now, in the Indo-Pacific, if we are talking about multiple kind of a bondage to build on which we can then build a structure, then there is almost a consensus that culture could be a strong that particular pillar. But also the whole issue of mobility. We try and build alliances, allies formations, but we don't actually look at the large number of mobility within this connected corridor. What we call is people-to-people contact, which is somehow, I feel, very vague. Although as a diplomat, I'm very used to comfortable saying people-to-people contact, but what that people-to-people contact is, it is basically migration and mobility. When you are asking for mobility of everything, why not human being? And if you don't allow it, they will anyway move. So that's premise. But when you talk about migration, now migration in a far land and migration to a near land has a different dynamics. And gradually we are realizing that most of the migration are currently regional. So, and the dichotomy is that we do not actually talk about regional migration, whether it is in Africa. Africans, I think, they're far ahead of us in terms of taking away some of the borders, both in the West Africa and the East Africa. They have quite a facilitated mobility regime within the African Union, 54 countries. But Asia, or Indo-Pacific, is far behind in that. There are reasons, I'm not going to that. Now, time has come, if Indo-Pacific wants to add value to this region, in addition to security, that's also mobility. There is no regime as such for mobility in Asia-Pacific or Indo-Pacific. That's one area that one might look at. It's a difficult area, but there has to be a beginning. And in the same go, I will say that all the countries of the region has been kind of pushing it back. When they go abroad, sitting in New York or Geneva, they talk about international migration, but when they come back to the region, they don't talk about it, as if it's not there. So that is something we have to really address within a particular platform, and hopefully within the presence of others who have immensely benefited from this particular phenomena. And as I said, it's potentially beneficial. It is not something automatic. So that's an area we may wish to look at in future in terms of building identity, culture, and all kinds of things, or Indo-Pacific identity. So that's one. But I've been asked to talk about climate change, which I haven't thought earlier. But let me sort of quickly walk you through the climate change. Now, climate change comes into the migration debate much late, as a driver. Now, those who are doing research, I'm sure some of the professor here will also reflect on it. We were kind of those who are studying migration and the climate change in the different field. We are realizing there is no connect, and there is no interest to establish a connect. I'm talking about 22 years back. The UNFCCC debate, which is a climate change debate, didn't talk about human mobility as if climate do not displace people. And on the other hand, the migration people said, climate change is something different. It's nothing to do with human mobility. So it took about a couple of studies, and UK took the lead. They did 280 studies globally. That was back in 2000. And said that, is there a link? Because there's a huge debate going on, uncertainty in terms of drivers of mobility. And they finally came to a conclusion, yes, but the driver directly doesn't affect. It affects within a spectrum of drivers. And there's a very good model that developed, and there are studies done now. And then UNFCCC picked up the whole idea in the debate, and some of the developing countries who were facing this, said that, look, you cannot have a debate of a climate change where people are impacted and people are going to leave their country forcefully or not, and link it up. That's why we know that there's a 14F within the climate change debate, which actually talks about relocation, displacement, things like that. It was difficult, but it's there. So that's one. The other issue is, in this region, Bangladesh became a kind of one of the major case studies, because IPCC came out with a study, very interesting study, that some of the countries, including Bangladesh, I'll focus on Bangladesh, with the rise of sea level, there are various scenarios, 1 inch, 2 inch, 5 inch, and ultimately says 1/3 of Bangladesh will go underwater, and so many millions of people will get displaced by 2050, 2080. I'll not be there, so it's not my headache. And then now there is a huge debate. Still there is a resistance from the strong climate change policy makers to bring the migration and mobility into the climate change, because they think then the climate change debate will be diluted. So that's where we currently stand. There are initiatives within UN and international. There are a platform for disaster management, which 107 countries are member, including India, Bangladesh, and some of these regional countries. Looking at it, but still note with the emphasis that needs to be attached to the whole issue of climate change and displacement. Because if climate change occurs the way we are thinking, and it's like all likelihood, not only in Bangladesh but all over the world, if people cannot move, they will be trapped. It's called trapped population. And that will be a huge problem for countries to manage rather than people who are on the move. So that's the other debates currently going on, and I'm very happy that our distinguished moderator has raised it. I'll stop it here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. But connected with climate change and migration is the question of livelihood. And I think one of the pillars of Asian Confluence concern is on livelihood. I would request any of the panelists, probably I'd request Professor Shomit Dash to reflect on how does one look at livelihood and migration.
I think these three, climate change, livelihood crisis, and migration, these three are interlinked. Although our ambassador has reflected on why is it that there is a tardiness in appreciating the connection. So I will not go into the details of that, but I will just ask once again one or two hard questions in this regard. One question that comes to my mind is this, that there is some sort of an injustice in the way we address the issue of climate change, because at one level there is climate change, glacial melting, global warming, and then the coastal subsidence, the loss of land, and several estimates are being done. That's one part of the story. But on the other hand, you know that the victims are not, if at all, they are not solely responsible for the climate change. If you look at the global picture, who are the victims of climate change, and what are the regions where the largest incidence of migration takes place? It's sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. Certainly these are not the world's most polluting countries. So how can you make the global polluters pay is a $1 million question. One understanding is this, that if had there been, I mean it's being talked about much in the existing literature, is this, that can't we think of a world leviathan that actually can make the global polluters pay for what they are doing, and if possible, stop them from doing what they have been doing. But again, you know that this global leviathan probably could be an effective answer to the question of climate change, but at what cost? At the cost of democracy. Because this global leviathan will compromise on the other trajectory, which is democracy. This is one. The second is about the livelihood crisis. You know that it has a plethora of consequences, but I will draw one example from my own ethnography, which I did for the Dutch core funding agencies long back, sometime in early this millennium. Which is this, that you know that I'm talking about a district which is one of the most drought affected districts of India, located in Odisha, and you know that it's really, you will have to see the poverty in order to believe in it, that this kind of poverty still exists. I'm talking about, let's say, 20 years back. And you know that not a blade of grass is grown there, and the NGOs have given up. But then how do they survive? I asked them the question. I visited these villages, and the normal response is that, you know, that there is a reserve forest, and you know, forest entry into the forest at that time was strict. No, the Forest Act has been relaxed afterwards. Particularly the entry of the forest dwelling communities has been allowed by the government, but not at that time. So they say, and I know for sure, I had this data with me, that for the last 8 years, at least 6 children were killed by the forest guards precisely because they violated the act and they entered illegally into the forest reserves. So I asked them that, why do you send your children? And the single word answered in Odia is Cholibe. In other words, how will we survive then? So in other words, the alternative is that you migrate to other places, but that doesn't squarely address the crux of the climate change, the issue of climate change, which is a global issue and which cannot be solved from within the prism of the nation state, but the global regime is absolutely tardy and is not doing anything in this regard, if at all. A. B. Or you remain stationed wherever you are, and then you violate the law, or you push the law to an extreme, short of probably breaking it. And you know that this is a dilemma. I just will take half a minute. This is a dilemma that if you have to survive, then you will have to break the law. And if you do not break the law, then you choose not to survive. It's a terrible dilemma. I don't know how you can address it, but this is a terrible dilemma which I actually shared with many of the students of law schools wherever I get the opportunity of interacting with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. But I want to take the discussion to a slightly different dimension now. We've spoken about migration, we've spoken about challenges, climate change, tensions. In the beginning of the 21st century, there was a movie that was made, and that movie was called Shop Charitro Kalponik. And for that particular movie, Joy Goswami had written a poem, and the poem is titled Nandorma. Yeah? And the last paragraph, the last stanza of that poem says, Bhabina Shamiro Nam, Shudhu mone pore kon desh theke amra ashchilam, kon deshe amra jacchilam. Basically, this whole dilemma of migration. And then I think there are two things associated with it. One, the question of memory. How does one necessarily look at remembering migration? Yeah. So again, I turn to my panelist, Paromita. I mean, can you tell us how people look at remembering migration through poetry?
That's a wonderful question, but before I answer that question, I'll just take 2 minutes of your time. Because this session is on migration and peace building, I want to narrate a very beautiful, sweet story. I am from Mumbai. I've lived there more than 2 decades now, and you know, Parsis are a part and parcel of Mumbai, and they have developed Mumbai terribly. When they first migrated to Gujarat, the king of Gujarat told them, how can we accept you? And they told him, give me a glass of milk and a spoonful of sugar. And they took the sugar and they mixed it in the milk. So they said, we will stay this way. So they had stayed that way, the Parsis. I really, really respect them a lot. They have done tremendous work for India, for Mumbai, for that belt. So I think migration and peace building is this gives a very sweet story about migration and peace building. Now to your question, sorry Vinaya. So you told me like how memory, does it help their memory? So you know, there are many poems where they talk about their memory. And you know, like all these poems, since poems are the very origin of all songs, because they are the lyrics of songs, so there are all these songs, Birha, Phagua, Sohar, Kajri, Bhajans, Indian wedding songs and hymns from Ramayana. So these are all reminding them that they are basically from India. Their origin is from India. And their main type of song is Bideshia, the most popular, and it has come from the Bhojpuri-speaking districts of UP and Bihar. So memory is there, and there are lovely songs which says, you know, like I'll just give you the translation because there's a dearth of time. There's a poem which says, in the depot I was handed a paper, knowing not the consequences. I put my thumb impression on it. In the ship, weeping and grumbling, I sat and wondered how Kalapani will be crossed over. So these are memories. And again, if we come back to the modern age, 2 minutes of your time, modern age, we see a series, you know, a series devoted to the poetics of contemporary poets with a coolie heritage. Coolie, that is indenture laborers. So called Coolitude, Poetics of the Indian Labor Diaspora, which has been curated by Rajiv Mohabir. So he has brought in all contemporary poets of coolie heritage and trying to see their memories. And again, if I can give you a memory again, like Binayak asked me, Sudesh Mistra's two very famous poems, he is also of a coolie ancestry, where he talks about Confessions. In 1982, he has written a poem called Confessions of a Would-Be Brahmin, where he invokes the Hindu gods to ask for forgiveness for being born elsewhere, mispracticing religion and mixing the profane with the sacred. And in another of his poems, written in 2002, he talks about the voyage of his ancestors from India to Fiji. So these are memories which have been, you know, expressed through poems.
Thank you so much, Paramita. Can I now turn to Ma'am Hafiza? You've traveled in the Western world from the East and then come back. Memories and migration, its expression in culture.
Let me tell the story of a doctor from Kolkata. And when I met him, he was a migrant, really displaced migrant, because he came to this country due to this division, the partition of Pakistan. And after so many years, when we are discussing, he was continuously memorizing every minute of his in the then East Pakistan, now Bangladesh. He could smell the leaves, the trees and flowers. Memory is such from your home, and I think it always stays there back. But again, there are a clear kind of a distinction between the people who go for their economic livelihood, migrate to other countries. It is mostly short term, they come back to their country later. And there are diasporas who go there, who become, their residentials and all those things. So there are two different things. For the labor migrants, their memory of their country is very vivid. I think for both of them, but their memory is very vivid. Though, when they left their family, it was in a distress situation. Still then, the love, the affection, and the social contact of them is very visible, which is not there. Maybe they are earning income, but this socialization, social cohesion is absent there. So obviously they memorize that.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think on this issue, I think, Joseph, what touches us most shall be last served. So therefore you tell us about Zo poetry. Something to do with the kind of cultural artifacts that you kind of recovered as part of that.
Yes, thank you, Binayak. Regarding the poetry and this literature and all, the thing is that especially in songs, most of our songs are composed in memory of that, especially Burma, which we thought that it's the place of our origin. So one extraordinary thing regarding this year is that the best songs award has been received by True Chin, people from this Chin state, that Hakka site. So that is one interesting thing about that interaction between the Chin and the Mizo. And I'll have only 1 minute. The thing is that the history, the economic interdependence and cultural relation between the Chin and Mizo is something which is a very reality in this culture integration and for peaceful coexistence also. Let me take a moment of that in the 2010 onward, because many Chin people who are staying in Mizoram have been moving back to Burma because the economic and the political things has been unstable. So during that time we have been facing lots of shortage, especially in the textile industry. So that is one thing which is very reality and which show that we are being dependent on these things. So I will like to end my discussion with that against all odds, the positive response made by the people in this refugee situation in Mizoram is that people are very receptive, and most of the land where this refugee camp has been situated belongs to the private people, not the government. And people are expecting the government to intervene on that thing because the resources has been draining out. So we know that we have been divided by the Trump nationality, but we are trying to integrate with the Trump nations. So with that, I will end my discussion.
Thank you so much. How I wish, this is a panel which probably could continue for an hour more. And I'm sure we wouldn't mind. But then, we have constraints of time. I wish I could have, had more discussions on it. It's one of the most live issue, the question of migration and peace building, because migration is often reflected both within the nation state and the community as a site of tension. Yeah, and that probably justifies the need to understand the other geocultural dimensions of migration right across, beyond the constraints of politics. And on that note, probably this gives us enough food for thought for another get-together like this. Sir, it's we've heard extremely informative panelists' presentations. Could we have questions? Friends. I think Ambassador Bhatia was the first person who wanted to ask. I have seen two more hands. I will come to you. But sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think it's an issue of great public interest, and I think panel has done a wonderful job. I have a question which I think Ambassador Huq will be disappointed if he did not hear it. And the audience will also be disappointed if it did not hear his advice and response. Question is straight. Bangladesh, our dear neighbor, is a source of migration. Two countries where the migrants are received very well. Also, there are countries where migrants are not received very well. So this is one aspect of Bangladesh. On the other hand, Bangladesh also is host of a very large number of migrants from a neighboring country where they have been driven by military actions. So Bangladesh is both a source and a recipient. Therefore, I want to know what are the critical elements of Bangladesh's migration policy.
Thank you so much. Any other question? I saw two hands being raised. Yeah.
Hello. Hello. Yes, this is Tamal Kanti Ghosh. I'm a journalist. So part of my question with Ambassador Bhatia. Yes. So part of my question. Okay, so regarding migration, destination, is it out of necessity or out of choice? Like Ambassador Bhatia said, Myanmar, Bangladesh, it was out of necessity. And Syria, Iraq, instead of Jordan, Egypt, Turkey, all the way to Europe. So does that make a difference to how migrants are received? That's it.
Can we request, before we take the next question, is the question related to the other question? I just want to know, because then we'll request Professor Haq to respond to the question, and then we take the next question.
No.
No. It's not about you, sir. I'm asking about the other person who wanted to raise the question. Yeah, please go ahead, ask your question. If Professor Haq wants to, Ambassador Professor Haq wants to answer the question, fair enough, or else the other panelists will take it. Yeah. We can't hear you.
Thank you. I've just got two brief questions, one for Ambassador Haq and one for Joseph. So I think climate mobility has happened since 5,000 years with Indus Valley civilization. Do you think the people moved from valley to valley and region to region to resettle? Is this going to be the nomenclature even in the future? Because back then there were issues around water and sustainability. And today, again, we have a similar problem, the clock's turning around. So do you see that continuing? Because I feel wherever there are humans, there is mobility. And I particularly liked your point about people being trapped if they don't move. And my next question to Joseph quickly is, are young people archiving cultural narratives in the Mizo-Chin communities to preserve dialogue for the future? And if not, then what is the solution? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll start off, sir, Rajiv sir, if you allow me, I'll start off with our young colleague. Absolutely. That's why I said that the problem is not with the mobility, it's not with the people, it is the way we have politically organized ourselves through the state system. That's where the problem is. Now, how old is the state system? Say 300 years, 400, 500? But before that, there was a way to organize political, economic life of the people who were living in that world, and also mobility. What will happen after 50 to 100 years, we don't know. Although I will share something with you, and you can't quote it. Because I've seen that transformation happening in Europe, myself, and also in Africa. That at one stage, states realized that the borders are possibly not as productive as we thought it could be. So what do you do with it? That's the question. I'm not talking about boundary, that's a reality. I'm talking about the borders, because the mobility is directly related to how do you govern the border. What happens to Europe? What's happened to Africa? Some of the countries have opened their door for people who are moving out because of the resource constraint, resource conflict, and the climate change. Would we learn from there? Is it possible? Of course. We were like that at one stage. So, to me, to answer your question, possibly our next generation will think, hell with these borders, let's live in peace and prosperity in the way we used to. That will add value to, because our Indo-Pacific used to add 50% of the global GDP. Ambassador Bhatia said that it will be 60-65% in 2050. So what do you do with that money? You enjoy. How do you enjoy? Go across with ease. Not all the time you queue up for visas and then go across. No? So that's very radical, very hypothetical, but I'll leave this for our colleagues who are sitting at the back to think. Would that be possible? I'm very optimistic. Coming back to the second question, I think I'll go to our Rajiv sir. So thank you very much for bringing in the whole issue of Rohingya. Bangladesh is seen as a major kind of a migrant sending country, yes, but it is also simultaneously a transit and a recipient country. That's why the narrative has changed over the years, And we say Bangladesh is a migrant origin, destination, and a transit country. And that's why our policy is extremely complex and difficult. We struggled actually when the Rohingyas came over the border, quite a significant number. We didn't know what to do with it, because this is the first time Bangladesh faced with a situation where we had people who coming across because of the atrocity, because of the genocide. We can clearly say this. At one stage as a foreign secretary, I was not allowed to say the word genocide. Now we can, because it has been recognized both by the ICG and by United States and some of the other countries, including Netherlands and UK. So, and that was altogether a different kind of a situation that Bangladesh faced. But thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, she was very humane. Despite all halla balla, she said, look, in 1971, we left Bangladesh, went to India. Had India not given you a shelter, some of you would not be sitting here today. So, forget the debate, let's host them. So that was the sentiment of dealing with migration and mobility. But we have a long way to go and create a trust among our neighboring countries to be allowed to keep free flow of people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have had extremely erudite panel members. I really wish we could have continued this conversation with them. We have overshot our time by about half an hour, and we know that we can continue this conversation over lunch. Yeah. I hand over the proceedings once again to Ma'am.
Thank you.
And thank you so much.
Thank you. And I request Mr. Sabyasachi Datta, Executive Director of Asian Confluence, to kindly come on stage and felicitate the chair and the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, if you found the conversation interesting, please give a big round of applause. Can we? Thank you very much. We'll now have a lunch break. Our closing ceremony will begin sharp at 2:30. So we request you to quickly have your lunch and come back and take your seats just 5 minutes before 2:30. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I hope you've had a good lunch. I request you to kindly take your seats as we are about to begin with the closing ceremony. The closing ceremony will reflect on the key takeaways from the conclave, using a lens of regional policy making to chart a way towards future understanding and partnerships. The moderator is John Winstead, First Secretary, U.S. Embassy, New Delhi. And the speakers are Riva Ganguly Das, former Secretary East, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, former Director General of ICCR, and is a member of the Governing Council of Asian Confluence. I request the speakers to kindly come on the stage. Andalib Elias, Deputy High Commissioner, Bangladesh, Deputy High Commission, Kolkata. Acharapan Yava Prapas, Consul General, Royal Thai Consulate General, Kolkata. Welcome. I request the chair and all the speakers to kindly come on the stage. Somebody's missing. I request the chair to kindly take over the proceedings of this session.
We will make every effort to finish on time, so we have a little less than an hour. So I'm going to quickly turn over to our distinguished panel to deliver some remarks, and then we plan on opening for questions from the audience. So this is your warning to have your good questions ready. We'll have some time dedicated to audience questions for this final session. Again, my name is John Winstead. I'm the First Secretary in Embassy in New Delhi. My portfolio is focused on India's foreign policy, India's defense policy. So it makes a little sense that the topic here is policy making, regional perspectives on policy, how that can be integrated, combining the elements we've talked about the past 2 days: climate, economic, environment, migration, peace building, border issues, all the things we in the diplomatic world are concerned about. This will be a chance for us to try to integrate, bring things together, and talk about some of the concepts in the process of diplomacy and coming together as nation states, discussing these issues and attempting to find the best solutions possible. So with that, I'm going to turn over for our first presentation to Ambassador Das. The floor is yours.
So much, and it's always tough to speak right after lunch. I hope we can keep you all awake. It's been a very, very interesting experience participating in this event. I would like to first thank the US Consulate in Kolkata, Asian Confluence, and also ICCR for putting this together. And, and in particular, a word for the cultural programs. They were so topical. They woke us up. Today's performance on jute and the one on migration, they really woke us up to the subject. And they were so well selected, so well done. And yesterday's fusion, having been in the same profession for such a long time, I can imagine how much effort must have gone into this. And so really, it was very nice, very nicely put together. So thank you, US Consulate, Asian Confluence, and ICCR for putting this together. The second thing which I thought was very significant is that we had a very diverse group of people in this discussion, because generally when you participate in events on the ASEAN or Indo-Pacific, it's the same people who participate, and we often say the same things to the same people. So I'm so glad that there were very different kind of audience, participants. A lot of effort must have gone into selecting the speakers, and that also enriched our discussion. Since yesterday, we have heard a lot about the cultural aspects of our links. We did discuss during the evening conversation that I had about geo-cultural construct in addition to the political construct and the economic construct of the Indo-Pacific. And I think this is an important, at least I go back with this, the takeaway that, geocultural construct is something we need to discuss, we need to speak about with a little more depth. We paid a lot of attention to the Bay of Bengal, and we've discussed the Bay of Bengal a lot, and I think that's also an important takeaway from this event, that the significance of Bay of Bengal, though we've mostly discussed it from the cultural perspective, I think it is very, very significant, the role that the Bay of Bengal and the littoral states play in the Indo-Pacific. I will very briefly talk about some of the takeaways again. I think we had a very interesting discussion on soft power and cultural diplomacy, again an area which can be explored because this is, as Ambassador Shahidul Haq said yesterday, culture is power, power to persuade, power to influence, and we know that in diplomacy, sometimes when relations between countries sour, sometimes the cultural diplomacy aspect keeps the people-to-people relations alive. So, the cultural diplomacy part, the soft power part of the Indo-Pacific linkages that we have, I think is very important. We didn't get much chance to discuss the Buddhist linkage that we have. I think that's a very important aspect because it's all over the Indo-Pacific, from Japan to Korea to, to the entire Southeast Asian region. And so that link is very, very important. And in this context, I would like to talk about an e-book, an electronic book that the ministry that I was part of, Ministry of External Affairs, produced. It's called Path to Nirvana. It's a very interesting book on Buddhism in which we have, the book traces how Buddhism flowered in each of the Southeast Asian countries, and it flowered differently. It's an audiovisual book in the sense that it has got embedded videos and embedded chanting. So the Buddhist chanting in every country has also been included. It's a wonderful thing, and I just thought of it because, this is the kind of stuff we can even do for the cultural linkages in the Indo-Pacific. Some of the recommendations that were made, I think, are very significant. Recreate some of the old journeys, Bali Jatra. I think it's a wonderful suggestion. Scholarships, I think, is again a very good suggestion. But even, I think it needs a little more nuancing, and scholarship or maybe, grants to people who are actually working on important aspects of Indo-Pacific, which often get ignored. Maybe that could be a little bit more of a focus. So push more research on Indo-Pacific, especially with the international relations institutions and universities which are there in the region. Archives is something, I got a sense that, every country does archival, collects archival material, and from my experience, I know countries can be very possessive about what they have in their archives. I think a little more collaboration on archives would really be important for reinforcing, reimagining, and rediscovering our links in the Indo-Pacific region. So, COVID has opened our eyes to the enormous possibilities of technology, and we should use technology to have little more linkages between the archives of the various countries which are in this region. Climate change is a huge subject, so I won't go into it. But again, there is the two sessions, the session I attended on climate change, on the film that Shumit has made, it was very, very revealing, and the kind of, it's really happening. And, we discussed reskilling people who are in traditional occupations and diverting them to other occupations and thinking out of the box on these issues. I think, again, a very interesting area of cooperation. Two commodities sort of came out, especially yesterday and today, bamboo and jute. Obviously, it affects communities, it affects people who are cultivating these, and there are enormous possibilities of collaboration and cooperation in both jute and bamboo. Technology is required. There are countries which have developed new products, and these can be exchanged, and I think that's these are only two which come to my mind right now, but I'm sure more can be done. And finally, I think the one big message from this discussion over the last 2 days is we need to have more stakeholder dialogues. We need to focus on youth, maybe young entrepreneurs, and you know, it doesn't help working in silos, and so there are lots of possibilities and many strands which have come out of these discussions which can be explored further. Thank you.
Deputy High Commissioner, we'll turn to you next.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I must express my profound thanks to my very good friend Melinda, the U.S. Consul General here. Of course, Asian Conference, Shobushachi, thank you. And ICCR, I don't know if Meenakshi is here or not. But, okay, thank you, Meenakshi. But it is a wonderful opportunity for all of us to get together, thanks to you, and to discuss the issues, the problems, and if not the solutions, but how we can move forward gradually to a solution. Thank you so much, Ambassador Riva, for guiding us on this issue. I have been listening to the discussion since yesterday afternoon, and it's really fascinating. And I must say that I have learned so many things during the last 1.5 days. It's really eye-opening, if not anything else. First of all, if we look at the Indo-Pacific, as was discussed yesterday evening in a very stimulating conversation that was held yesterday evening, about the cultural aspect that is there in the Indo-Pacific region. If you just, I mean, there has been this cultural assimilation, cultural exchanges in this region for the millennia. If you just look at the language that I speak and Ambassador Riva speaks, Bangla, Bengali, it has been, I mean, that shows how the cultural exchanges have been there for the eternity, if not, if I can say that word here. We have, ma'am, we have, I think, 40 consonants and 12 vowels. 52 letters in the alphabet of Bangla, with which we can cover almost any sound in this world. So for a Bengali, for a Bengali, he or she can very easily learn Arabic, French, Japanese, even Chinese, you name anything. It's easier for us to pick up because we have got almost all the sounds. Now, that's what, end of the day, that shows the cultural assimilation, the cultural exchange, because through exchange of concepts, of languages, of ideas with other civilizations, with other people all around the globe, our alphabet got this much enriched. Just for the, let's say, for the sound of S, we have 3 different letters. That shows a long way, that goes a long way to show that there has been this cultural exchange and cultural closeness in this region, and our alphabet itself is a big testimony of that. The language itself is a big testimony of that, and we have borrowed so hugely, so heavily from so many languages. Just recently, I was reading an article which is very interesting. We have you know, the game of cards, the 52 cards. There we have the names of the four different colors, right? The diamonds and the hearts. So in Bengali, we have, of course, different names for them, but we could not find, I mean, I was not sure how these four words came in Bangla. Very recently, I learned that they came from Dutch. The Horkon, Ruiton, Iskapon, these are from Dutch words. So that's how these things evolve, and that's how this openness comes in. So through culture, we can have this openness, and it has been there in Indo-Pacific. There are many obstacles in this region, many hiccups, but I'm sure that through cultural exchanges, through more dialogues, not only dialogues, through cultural troops, we can overcome those. Since Meenakshi is here, she is from Odisha. I recently visited Odisha and had a wonderful discussion with, of course, the Honorable Chief Minister, as well as with the Minister of Tourism. I told the minister that Odisha is so much familiar in Bangladesh. Odissi dance is hugely popular, ma'am, you know that, hugely popular. So why don't we have exchange of cultural troops? And we have very good folk dancers in Bangladesh. They can come to Odisha and perform. These are the processes through which this exchanges go on, and these are the processes through which we can overcome any mistrust, any misunderstanding, misconception that is there. If I go a bit further on that, personally, I'm a big time follower of trade issues. In my career, most of the time I have dealt with the trade issues in my diplomatic career. But I personally believe that through trade, of course, relations can get better. But through cultural exchanges, through exchange of ideas, relations can get much deeper. The point that was raised by Ambassador Shahidullah about people-to-people contact, that's much more easy through exchange of ideas and culture. In that sense, scholarships can all play a major role. That's a big role that scholarships can play. Food, of course. Yesterday we talked about, we had this wonderful food journey during the dinner. Again, Bangladesh has been a melting pot in terms of food. And if you, anywhere in this world, I can say, anywhere in this world, you go to any restaurant, any Indian restaurant, inevitably the owner is a Bangladeshi. Food is our expertise, that's our comfort zone. So whenever we go into kind of entrepreneurship, we definitely, veer into that path. So food is always a great way to create awareness and create friendship among peoples. In my Deputy High Commission, I have been planning since coming here that we will organize a food festival, if I can say, of Bangladesh here. And then I have been discussing with my colleagues that, okay, let's be more specific. We have so many varieties of rice in Bangladesh. After coming here in Kolkata, I find that, well, biryani is a good food, but our biryani is better probably than Indian biryani. So why don't we have a Bangladeshi biryani festival here? And not only biryani, with rice we made so many, our pithas, we have hundreds and thousands of pithas in Bangladesh. Those are made from, the rice cakes. Those are made from different kinds of rices, using jaggery and honey and sugar. So let's have, through this kind of initiatives and this kind of ideas, I'm open to any idea that may come from the floor on this issue. I think that's a good way to move forward. When we talk about Indo-Pacific, ma'am, I think we, somewhere or other, we veer into the issue of some broad-based issues like security, like trade, and these 2-3 broad-based issues. But there are so many other things, and through which we can definitely address these issues. I'm not evading these issues. But through cultural exchange, through exchange of ideas, food, ma'am told about this Buddhist, we can have a Buddhist circuit tourism, which is a wonderful idea. Through these, definitely we can have an Indo-Pacific, which is broadly speaking one. I'm not going into that much forward like my former boss, Shahidullah, said, the borderless thing, well, I'm not there yet. But through this exchange of ideas, I would say experiences, let's say, through different experiences, we can definitely have an Indo-Pacific, which will be much more friendly, progressive, and the main targets, which is peaceful, secure, free, and open. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We made it through 2 days without controversy until the biryani controversy came up, but we'll leave that for another day, another debate. Consul General.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my honor and pleasure to join the concluding session of a highly productive two-day Indo-Pacific conclave co-organized by Asian Confluence and the U.S. Consulate General in Kolkata. I'd like to commend all speakers for their intellectual contributions and all performers and musicians for their artistic contributions, which have demonstrated long historical ties and multifaceted cooperations among countries in the Indo-Pacific. At the outset, I'd like to outline the latest development in our region so that we can see the way forward more clearly. Last week, the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, or APEC, leaders meeting has just concluded in Bangkok. Under Thailand's chairmanship, APEC leaders have adopted the outcome document entitled Bangkok Goals on Bio-Circular Green, or BCG, economy model to promote sustainable and climate-friendly economic growth. Thailand is also pleased to pass the baton to the United States as the next APEC chair in 2023. APEC summit was held back-to-back with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN Summit, and G20 Summit in Phnom Penh and Bali, respectively. This continuance reflects the significance of Southeast Asia that lies in the center of the most dynamic regions in the world between Asia-Pacific and the Indian Oceans. So India's greater engagement with Southeast Asia is thus both natural and desirable. To this end, ASEAN-India leaders have agreed to elevate the relations to the comprehensive strategic partnership, which is the most advanced level of engagement between ASEAN and its partners. In addition, at the G20 summit in Bali, Prime Minister Modi was handed over G20 presidency from Indonesia, in which India will carry over under the theme One Earth, One Family, One Future, with an emphasis on inclusive growth and shared future for all. These are positive developments that we should capitalize and build upon in charting our way forward. ASEAN and India share a common goal in transforming the Indo-Pacific into a peaceful and more prosperous region. This is evident in both sides' vision documents, namely ASEAN Outlook in the Indo-Pacific and India's Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, which emphasize the need for strengthening dialogue and cooperation instead of rivalry. Both documents also highlight the importance on connectivity and sustainable developments, among other key priorities. Moreover, ASEAN and India will also need to bring their neighboring countries on the same page to ensure successful outcomes. On connectivity, we should continue to enhance physical connectivity as envisioned in Thailand's APEC chairmanship theme, Open, Connect, Balance. In particular, we should redouble efforts on the India-Myanmar-Thailand Trilateral Highway project and its eastward extension to connect with Mekong sub-region as well as port connectivity. This would help promote the development of potential economic corridors along highway routes that could extend along India's northeastern region, Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Nepal, as well as around major seaports facing the Bay of Bengal. On sustainable development, we should continue to promote South-South cooperation, particularly in the areas of food, health, and energy securities, by focusing more on capacity building and innovation on smart agriculture, traditional and herbal medicine, and renewable energy. This can be pursued in several regional frameworks, including the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, or BIMSTEC, Mekong Ganga Cooperation, and the Irrawaddy Chao Phraya Mekong Economic Cooperation Strategy, or ACMEC, to which India is a development partner. Since March 2022, Thailand has assumed BIMSTEC chairmanship after Sri Lanka under the vision Prosperous, Resilient and Open BIMSTEC, or Pro-BIMSTEC, while incorporating the BCG economic model as a guiding concept. Thailand will continue to promote the implementation of BIMSTEC's 10-year master plan for transport connectivity, as well as strengthening BIMSTEC's institutional capacities as an intergovernmental agency. Thailand also proposes the establishment of BIMSTEC network of policy think tanks to help formulate long-term policy recommendations for member countries. Lastly, we should further utilize these regional frameworks that I mentioned to achieve concrete outcomes in the most synergistic way possible. This would require more information sharing, dialogues, collaboration, inclusion of stakeholders, and public-private partnership. In this regard, I believe that Asian Conference, as a policy think tank, is particularly well equipped to take on these challenges and provide useful recommendations for governments concerned. In conclusion, I wish Asian Conference every success in its endeavor and look forward to greater collaboration between the institution and Thailand in the future. Thank you. Donabat Khop Kun Ka.
Thank you very much. As promised, we have left time for your questions. So let me actually stand up.
Thank you very much, Chair. The wonderful summation, and I agree with Ambassador Riba and Deputy High Commissioner Bangladesh and also Consul General Thailand. I have 2 or 3 suggestions, and I request the reaction of the panel. The first suggestion is that while both ESCON and Consulate worked very hard to design this program, I feel that we would have been better served if we had organized after the inaugural session a separate standalone session on the political, diplomatic and strategic aspects of Indo-Pacific. I think we had to pack all this into the brilliant speech by the Consul General and a little bit of discussion that followed. My second point is that we could have invited a representative of the state government here. I think that would have perhaps given us even more publicity and so on. And my third suggestion is this very unique package of the 2-day program has established that there is a huge appetite in India for this kind of approach to public diplomacy. And so, spurred by the success of this program in Kolkata, it may be worth considering to try it out in 1 or 2 other major metros to reach out the message of the Indo-Pacific and the friendship of the Quad. I wonder how panel would react to it. Thank you.
Ambassador?
Ambassador Bhatia's suggestions are absolutely excellent. I think all of these are very good suggestions, and Yes, maybe a little longer discussion on the strategic and political aspects of Indo-Pacific could have been done right after the introduction, so as we plug it where it really, the importance of Indo-Pacific. And especially because I personally also feel that, because it's a new word in diplomacy, but actually the construct is not new. So, and I was just telling some of the IR students that these are such exciting times to study international relations, because when we were studying international relations, things didn't change for years and years, and we read the same textbook. I think over 2 generations people read the same textbook. And today, things change so fast, and it are such exciting times. So, and since we have a lot of young people and researchers here, so your suggestion is absolutely an excellent one. A representative of state government, definitely, and replicate this elsewhere. I am fully conscious that that involves budgeting, and it's always a difficult task. But certainly, I mean, the way in which, and especially I think we all see cultural programs, but what was unique here was the way several countries came together, and there was Vietnamese artists, Malaysians, and all of that bringing it together was really very unique, and replicating it elsewhere would be fantastic ideas. Definitely good idea.
Commissioner, any comments?
Well, of course, I agree 100% with Rajiv, sir. There's no doubt about that. Definitely, it is important to talk about the political and strategic aspect of Indo-Pacific. And as ma'am said, that we should have, we could have, or we maybe will have discussion on it in future. Regarding the representation from state government, well, of course, it's definitely, it's always helpful to have participation from the state government. And regarding the last point about this appetite, definitely, of course, it will be helpful if we can have this in other major cities as well. Particularly, as ma'am said about this participation of the youth, and that's extremely important. I mean, these kind of programs show us that it's not necessarily that they learn from us. These kinds of programs show that actually we learn from them. The two, of course, yesterday we had this fantastic cultural program, but this morning, the wonderful 2 shows, performances that we had, one on the jute, the cultural performance jute, and then the other one on migration. Literally, these 2 gave me goosebumps. I was speechless after these 2. So the more these kind of exchanges we have, particularly with the young people, the more we can learn from each other. Thank you.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more that we should have a follow-up session, special session on the strategic and political session on Indo-Pacific. Yeah. And also we should invite state government and also academic and researcher to join as well. Yeah, it should be a good idea. I do agree.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah. Good afternoon, panelists and esteemed guests and researchers and all the people that are here. So something's bothering me since yesterday, since I saw those posters. Now mind me, those are beautiful posters, aesthetically and thoughtfully made. But the tagline, Reimagine and Reconnect. Now it's open to the floor. I think General Commissioner Elias brushed the topic a little bit, that how we lose the connection. Reconnecting is fine, but where and how did we lose the connection? That's it.
Any thoughts on that, Commissioner?
Well, I also said that, yes, thank you so much for the question. But I also said that there are definitely, we have to reconnect. But the reconnection process has already started, ma'am, if I can say so. The reconnection process has already started through different initiatives, through much more people-to-people contact than a few years or last few decades ago. once there was this free movement of exchanges of ideas, of experiences, which there have been because of, the social and cultural, not the social, the state realities. But now, with the present day world, we are having more exchanges, and we are confident that if we can have these kinds of dialogues more, if we can reach out to the stakeholders more, then definitely we can reconnect. And for reconnecting, we need to reimagine, and that's where I look towards the youth, to people like you, who can guide us about how to reimagine for the reconnection. Thank you.
If I may, I don't think we are talking about reconnecting and reimagining in the sense that we lost any connection or, the imagination was lacking. I think the point of this is that we live in a modern world, and, our challenges are very different. Today, our challenges are, as we discussed during these 2 days, our challenges are climate change, our challenges are, empowering our people technology. In this region, there are economic giants. There are also countries like, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, where we still have poverty alleviation challenges, we still have developmental challenges. So we are talking about reconnecting and reimagining in the sense of, drawing upon the strength of the huge thousands of years of connection that we have, of civilizational link we have, to deal with today's issues, today's problem. So we have to reimagine the connection which already exists. And these connections are, you can have several hours and days of conferences and meetings on how much connectivity there was. From simple thing like Malai curry to the words that Andalip talked about, and the textile, the batik, everything. There's so many connections between our countries. And in the names that you see in Thailand, in Thailand, in Malaysia, the names of people, the name of the Indonesian ambassador in India is Ina Krishnamurthy. Really, the connections are all there. Reimagining and reconnecting is to draw upon that connection to deal with today's challenges. And, the Indo-Pacific is an area where there are challenges, there are friendships, there are very strong bonds. And, of course, this is not the forum where we are discussing the geopolitical or geoeconomic aspects of it, and the geoeconomic aspect evidently is very, very important. So my take on this is that it's not as if any connection was lost, that we are looking at the connection to deal with today's world. Thank you.
Thank you. I see one questioner here. Please identify yourself before you ask your question.
My name is Saurabh. I am from NDTV. I think the Consul General of Thailand spoke about road connectivity, and I think if you're reconnecting, road connectivity is one of the issues that perhaps in this region has been a challenge. When we talk about building these highways through the countries that you mentioned, where do you think are the biggest challenges or that perhaps slow down these processes?
Because the road connection concerned with many countries, so the policy of the countries that have to link the road together may be some challenges right now. Yeah.
Road connectivity, I think, is extremely important in this region. You have heard references to the IMT, India, Myanmar, Thailand trilateral highway, and it's true that movement has been a little slow. And now there is a proposal for extension of this highway up to Laos, Cambodia and Vietnam. And the study for that has already been done. There is a think tank in Jakarta area is the name of the think tank. They've done the study on the economic implications and how much financing will be required to do the eastward extension. These are not easy proposals to do, but the work has started. And another very important thing which has happened is that, within the BIMSTEC, a master plan on connectivity has been adopted for the BIMSTEC countries. And it's a dynamic document where countries are adding more routes. So the connectivity here is not only for trade and passenger movement, but also for transportation. And the fact that such a master plan exists, which is, economists and all have worked on it and prepared a master plan, which all the countries have agreed to on a consensus basis. It's a huge development. And now it's, of course, financing is required for these sort of projects to take up. So it is work in progress, but I think, sooner than later, there will be much more connectivity than what, we can ever even imagine sitting here right now.
Any students have questions? Anyone from the back? You've been very patient for 2 days.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Shatoki. I'm Assistant Professor of Political Science as well as a PhD research scholar. My question to the panel is that how do you conceive the role of the state? From one angle, the point of culture, point of economics, connectivity, and the point of how can we take forward the issue of Indo-Pacific openness? How do you see that? Do we need the state to be interventionist like from the 1950s, 1960s? Or how do you perceive that?
Commissioner, do you have any thoughts on that? Ambassador, thoughts?
See, states play a very important role, especially in something like the Indo-Pacific. Obviously, it is driven by the political leadership. Unless there is political will, unless there is political leadership behind something like this, it cannot work. So state comes at the top level. And it is from the state that every other sector gets the guidance because, that's the driving force. But because we are discussing culture, so I'll stick to culture. See, cultural products, as you call it, those are not produced by states. Those are produced by people like you all. And there are many people here who are, artists, who are directors, producers, they put culture together. So what a country produces as a cultural product is actually in the private sector. It is up to a state how it leverages that. And that is where cultural diplomacy and soft power diplomacy comes up. So it's a very powerful tool. But unless your country is producing, it has that talent and is producing cultural content which is contemporary, which is rooted in your history and civilization, and which impacts audiences, not only in your country, but across borders. So that is what is the beauty of, cultural diplomacy and soft power diplomacy. And of course, without, state supporting it and state patronage, it is very difficult to take it up because culture is one thing where you really need funding. And, without funding, it is impossible to take it forward.
All I can say is ditto, because ma'am, you said it all. Culture, end of the day, it's absolutely a private sector issue. At the same time, culture has to be patronized by the state at the grassroots level, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, state has to create that enabling environment where people will be cultured, if you can, cultured maybe is not right word here, but people will be creative. So state can create that environment, that atmosphere, that enabling situation where people will be creative, we will have good contents. Then again state comes in and helps that to cross the borders, to share with others. So state has the role at both the ends, but in the middle, it's very important for the private sector to play the role.
Thank you. No other comments? I'm going to wrap up this portion of our final presentations. We'll be enjoying closing remarks from one of my colleagues in the consulate and then final performance. But I want to take this opportunity to personally thank the panelists, especially their willingness to take questions. Very informative, very interesting, based on their vast experience doing the diplomatic work that really makes a lot of these issues come together. So please join me in a round of applause for our panelists.
I request the panel to kindly remain seated. And I request Mr. Adrian J. Pratt, Director, American Center and Public Affairs Officer, U.S. Consulate General, Kolkata, to kindly make his closing remarks.
Very good afternoon to all of you. It's my proud duty to bring these 2 days to a conclusion. 2 days with a score of sage delegates from many of the regional countries. 2 days of performances by 75 performers from 9 different countries who have come to Kolkata to put the culture into this really fairly unique conclave that we've been witness to for the last couple of days. This, to all of us, is not the end of a conclave, but hopefully a beginning to many new partnerships, friendships, and fresh perspectives. Over the last 2 days, we have been constantly reminded by why culture and values need to be at the heart of policy. I've been asked a couple of times why we, the US Consulate in Kolkata, would put on a program such as this. There's a couple of reasons. We find it important to underscore the fact that the US is indeed an Indo-Pacific nation. Too many people, when they think of the United States, think only of New York or Washington or Miami. But from California, Washington, Oregon to Hawaii and other Pacific islands, the US is indeed a Pacific nation. The team at the American Center conceived of this idea for the conclave pre-pandemic. Questions came immediately. What does culture have to do with Indo-Pacific strategy and policy? As we have seen over the last couple of days, how can you talk about Indo-Pacific strategy and not talk about culture? And why is this so important? Well, as has been said, the Indo-Pacific region to many is an abstraction and as such perhaps an irrelevance. But if we, the partners in a vision for a prosperous, free and peaceful Indo-Pacific, are to succeed, we will need people to grasp the significance of the region. For in fact, the Indo-Pacific is not an abstract concept. For millennia, the people of this region have been linked by trade, food, culture, and customs. People in Meghalaya and Bangladesh, or Kolkata and Bangladesh, or Nepal and West Bengal, are separated by lines on a map. But when the people travel or get together, they are reminded that the language is the same or similar, the spices are the same or similar, and the sense of place and belonging is the same. So that is why we wanted to reimagine and reconnect synergies through the lens of culture. And we were so happy to meet like-minded partners in Asian Confluence. And interestingly, our artists collaborating for the first time have understood this connection instinctively and almost immediately performed as a unit that understand each other at a level beyond language. We hope that not only for those who have attended this wonderful fusion of culture, dance, cuisine, song, and clothing, with policy, concepts, proposals, and suggested collaborations, but also those we reach by social media, traditional media, and the outreaches we have planned beyond this conclave, will begin to understand or to remember the ties that have bound this region together for so long, that still bind this vital area together. That was the humble hope behind this conclave. This has been a unique way of reminding us why Indo-Pacific strategy is important and what we can achieve together as a region. Building a network does not mean building a singular organization. It means working together with more countries on a shared vision for interconnectedness and stability. I'm sure each of you, just like me, has gone through a range of emotions during the conclave, a constant tug of rationale and feelings, memories, nostalgia, and reality. For millennia, culture traveled. Tradesmen and caravans, ships and refugees, migrants and warriors transferred, shared, and shaped the cultures we live today. Culture escapes controls, borders, and legal barriers. It speaks, translates, and mediates. And while we as governments and diplomats keep speaking to each other, let also civil society organizations, academics, creators, and artists continue to have the freedom to interact and shape the other dialogues. It might be a delicate balancing act, and it takes courage, but it is not impossible, as all of you have proved over the last couple of days. On behalf of the US Consulate, our heartfelt gratitude to each of you present here for helping us give shape to this vision. We thank our distinguished guests, speakers, academics, artists, musicians, and scholars from all across the Indo-Pacific, far and near. Thank you to the diplomatic missions for your partnership. To the team at Raajkutir for your excellent hospitality. Our friend Rudra Kishore Mondal for the creatives. Palab Jana for the light design. Shumitru Das and Shantu Das for sound, and Shrikant for stage. And of course, to our implementing partner, Asian Confluence, Ambassador Riva Ganguly and Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia, Governing Council members, for their support, Shadna Srivastava for holding all of this together through her excellent emceeing, Shamita Nandi, Pradyut Das, Shreya Pan, Shabari Chaudhary, Prithviraj Nath, and Sabyasachi Dutta. You've all been key to helping this little miracle of a conclave happen. And I'm sorry if I butchered so many names there. It was very undiplomatic of me. Mr. Makran Shukla, former director, Jawaharlal Nehru Indian Cultural Center, thank you for your support to the Indonesian artists. And of course, I have to thank the amazing team at the American Center, who have been running around like crazy, not just for the 2 days of this conference, but really, truly for the last 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks. I love and appreciate all of you, and none of this would have happened without you and your hard work and dedication. And of course, our Consul General, Melinda Pavek, thank you for your constant support and participation and contributions. They've been so invaluable. I may have missed some names. There have been so many of you who have stepped in at different times to stitch this mosaic together, but we are very deeply grateful. With that, I invite all of you to join me for the closing performance, Unity in Diversity. Thank you.
Kindly stay on the stage for just 2 more minutes. I request Mr. Sabyasachi Dutta, Executive Director of Asian Confluence, to kindly come on the stage and felicitate the distinguished panelists and speakers. Before the group photograph, I would like to request the artists from Sri Lanka to kindly come on stage and request Sabya to felicitate them as well. The closing performance will be by artists from Sri Lanka and India. And we will now have a group photograph. Thank you. A few words about the closing performance while the stage is being set. This closing piece centered around a strong and vibrant, culturally connected Indo-Pacific will use the Kandyan and Bharatanatyam dance styles to express rhythm in harmony. Sri Lankan drums are a book of sounds, and the drums of all ethnic groups are interwoven into a brilliant rhythmic pattern. This piece aims to create dialogues and build cultural bridges towards creating a feeling of oneness. This is being presented by artists of Sri Lanka and India. But before the performance, I request Sohini Das to kindly speak a few words.
If somebody could please help us get the podium down. I'll just like to say, just as Adrian mentioned, that it is nothing short of a miracle of what all of us, have come together to achieve. It's nothing short of a miracle that all the 9 countries collaborated within a very short time, literally this morning, to put together this closing ceremony. I'll just request all of you and the artists, all of you in the audience, to follow the artists in the cue that they give towards the end of the performance, so we can all join together. Thank you so much, and we present Unity in Diversity.
शास्त्रा कृत ईश्वराणि सुरविश्व रण्या सुरसुंदरा शस्त्रु दोषा जय मंगलानि
शुक्लांबरधरं विष्णुं शशिवर्णं चतुर्भुजम्
प्रसन्नवदनं ध्याये सर्वविघ्नोपशान्तये अगजाननं पद्मार्गम् गजाननम् अहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानां एकदन्तम् उपास्महे एकदन्तम् उपास्महे
saaraunagi hasarali tasate asagase ubavage kauru ho munagase eka hidin eka rani eka dumi atinam eka patume eka wagi eka dumi atinam
ஒரு தாய் மக்களாய் ஒன்றாய் இணைந்தோம் பார் எங்கிலும் இதுபோல் வேறெது மொழி வேறு மதம் வேறு இனம் ஒன்றாகினால் வரும் காலம் பல்லாண்டும் ஒன்றாய் வாழலாம் आज उत्सव में हम सब एक प्राण है चलो एक दुनिया की खुशी की गीत गाते हैं तुम हम तुम हम सब अगला मुझे पता है कि अच्छे दिन आने वाला शांति की गीत शांति की धुन सद्भाव का आसमां जिंदगी की तलाश में शांति से हम रहना भिन्न छौं सब जीव प्राण के तेरो के मेरो हामी पृथ्वी एउटै साझा घर मिलिजुली बाँचौँ हामी नमानी डर सुख शान्ति समृद्धि सुस्वास्थ्य नै हो धन जीवन यो वरदान हो गाउँ सबले जय गान ভিন্নতার উৎসবে একে প্রাণ জয় গায় এক পৃথিবীর জয় গান তুমি আমি তুমি আগামী সুদিন আসবেই জানি শান্তির গান শান্তির সুর সম্প্রীতির মহাকাশ জীবনের সন্ধানে শান্তিতে বসবাস Watch the trees, they are waving to you. Hear the birds, they are calling for you. Look around, faces smiling at you. Lend a hand, someone's waiting for you. 'Cause we all live together on one plot of earth. There's no color, no creed that can change what we're worth.
We just wanted to say that within such a short time, we couldn't incorporate all the languages, but I hope all of you understand, and by now you speak the same language. So the spirit was there, we just couldn't get all the languages in, but thank you so much. And thank you everybody. Sabya, any last words?
Oh my God. No, we are just overwhelmed, so thank you. Thank you again. Just one word. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you. On behalf of everybody, thank you so much. Thank you.
एकदन्तम् उपास्महे
आज उत्सव में हम सब एक प्राण है, चलो एक दुनिया की खुशी की गीत गाते हैं। तुम हम तुम हम सब अगला, मुझे पता है कि अच्छे दिन आने वाला। शांति की गीत, शांति की धुन, सद्भाव का आसमां, जिंदगी की तलाश में शांति से हम रहना। भिन्न छौं सब जीव प्राण हामी नमानी डर, सुख शांति समृद्धि सुस्वास्थ्य में हो धन, जीवन यो वरदान होगा हो सबले चाहेगा। ভিন্নতার উৎসবে একে প্রাণ, জয় গায় এক পৃথিবীর জয়গান। তুমি আমি আমি তুমি আগামী, সুদিন আসবেই জানি শান্তির গান শান্তির সুর সম্প্রীতির মহাকাশ জীবনের সন্ধানে শান্তিতে বসবাস Watch the trees, they are waving to you. Hear the birds, they are calling for you. Look around, faces smiling at you. Lend a hand, someone's waiting for you. 'Cause we all